Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to episode 69 of Crusade. I am Achilles. I am your host and GM for this evening. I'm just about ready to start bringing in the players. But, first let's just go ahead and get everybody sorted and everything. If this is your first time joining us, the Orbita Crusade is indeed Myrmidon Legion's premier tabletop role-playing game that is centered around our Arma 3 units, the Orbita Crusade, for which the name is actually derived from, that tells of all the unique lore and background that the unit itself themes itself after. Just give us a few minutes for the last minute players to join us and we're going to get started.
and fails. Don't worry about it.
And you're a good pillow.
Oh,
He's a pillow too?
I still like that.
Moore's getting crammed in the pillow bag.
I still
We're gonna
like
put him in the level 2 pillow. Just
your channel.
seal him up.
I can beat a level 2 pillow.
I'm still happy I got away with
You
this.
can't beat a level 2 pillow, I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to use the Primarch pillow to, contain.
Wait, no, level 2 pillow is the Axe of the Omicide. Frick, what's the... I have this all written down on my character sheet somewhere. Whatever, you're getting the Primarch. We're gonna put you in the Primarch pillow. And if you don't comply, we'll beat you with the other end of the level 2 pillow, just the staff part so it doesn't kill you.
That's called a body bag.
We'll just beat him till he's unconscious, and then we'll make a nice pillow out of him. He's the stuffing for the Primarch pillow now. I love it.
Oh no.
I think that's called assault and battery with extra steps.
Sure.
But if you do think about it, the size of the Primarch's pillow would be a body bag for a normal human being. Oh no.
All right. So good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Oh.
Hey. Is everybody ready for tonight?
Think so.
Yes.
Very pumped.
I'd like to welcome all of you to episode, and I'm not kidding about this, 69.
Nice.
Hello?
This is gonna be a terrible.
Oh, of course Killjoy shows up when that's said.
I heard 69.
Nice.
Yep.
It's
Nice.
episode 69.
Well, that's
Hey, Lamau.
It's gonna be
That
a
is something
special
we're gonna be doing
episode.
we're just gonna be making shitty jokes about that the entire day.
So, we'll see if you guys actually make it to Torn River Estate / Ranch, or if you guys end up dying, or
Yep.
end up just getting blossy. Who knows?
Correct.
Spoiler alert: we're not.
We're already lost.
The last episode with Emmy.
However, can anybody give me a recap, or can the collective consciousness of all of you can give me a recap of what happened in this section?
I will refer back to my beautiful fan art I made, where there were some sandworms and tiger and Reclusi Arc tiger and tiger were like,
The Atlanta.
yes, Lady Elena went boo 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 and then killed them all and then teleported out and everyone saved the day.
Yep, that's how I remember.
Well,
That's how I remember it.
Yeah, we'll
the
just
problem
do
with that is you didn't actually kill them. You just ran away from them.
Yeah, but it's still cool.
Is that
I mean,
cowardly?
it saved us, so
She did save you guys, yes. Well, she saved
saved the
Kruziark
day, in
and
my
hers-
opinion.
and herself by
And his surf.
And the surf.
And the
Don't
surf.
forget the surf.
Don't forget Maximilian's, man. Come on, he's just as important as anybody else.
For Max.
yeah, they cost more than a guardsman comrade.
yeah.
He costs a lot more.
and I dare say they might be more useful in certain regards.
Yep.
Maybe
And
we'll
then-
find out.
He fixed the bikes for us.
Yeah, he's the only one that knew what to do.
Exactly.
And then a spooky man's talked to everyone in their sleep and threatened. Lots of threats were pushed about.
Lots of threats were pushed
Lots
about
of threats.
and somebody lost their shit afterwards.
Prior to that, we overheated our bikes and were attacked by knot wolves.
Yes.
And Emmy offered to piss in the
yes.
bikes.
So with that being said, I don't know if Breezy will be here today to play the part of Kaladin. So good luck.
Oh no.
That'll be fine.
But yes, a strange, ominous voice spoke to you, all of you in your dreams, and it's sort of a shared collective perception style dream. You ran away from some sandworms. And
We killed some doggo things that aren't really doggos.
We're traveling at night now.
But just as
We're
cute.
traveling at night.
Yeah,
now,
we're
yes.
traveling at night.
Yep.
Doggos.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Think
that
that was
we're
about
just
it.
doing that still. Yeah.
I think that was it.
There were no vampires yet.
Well, yeah.
I don't see any blood angels.
It's gonna happen at some point.
Make it canon. Emmy's gonna turn into a car.
I mean, we all did watch Crusade Tiger just mowing down on the heart of one of those wolves.
Happen.
And
well,
it's,
technically,
Hold
technically that's
Gadiel
not
did- Gadiel
technically
did
that's
join
not
in on that.
unheard of. Yeah, that's not really unheard of for Space Marines though. That's the weird thing.
Oh.
Granted,
Must
but
be
he didn't even
edgy.
touch it.
Gadiel did join in on that, so
Oh, you ate a heart too?
roll
Gee, this is standard procedure.
Indeed.
had a little snack.
Oh, cool. Oh, it has been
Well,
about
not in it.
approximately what?
Tastes like chicken.
24 hours? Yeah. Well,
Ish.
why doesn't Gadiel go ahead and give me a toughness roll?
Oh no.
Hell yeah.
See if that man has.
See if he gets explosive diarrhea.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and
the poor
get
old man.
let's go ahead and get started with episode.
Hey, it's got
69.
explosive diarrhea.
Roll that.
9.
Episode 69, boys and girls.
He doesn't have explosive diarrhea.
All right.
Do not have explosive.
No
diarrhea.
explosive diarrhea.
Your stomach hurts a lot, but you see, you're pretty sure you can bear
I'm just gonna
grin it.
play it off. I'm just gonna play it off.
Sure, go ahead and play it off.
You just
Oh,
get
it's
I just
badly
gonna play it off
guys.
as nothing's happened. Like, just gonna pretend like nothing's majorly wrong at least.
Every now and then you see Gadiel just kind of like put his hands on the hips, bend over, and go, "Oh!"
Whenever you go to defecate, it feels like fire is shooting out your ass.
He's a Gossman. I mean,
That's how you know it's working.
This is worse than the
All right.
rations.
Boys and girls, you were greeted by the twilight hours of the closing day, beginning at night. The suns have went ahead and started to set. And the coolness of the air welcomes you to the to the nocturnal cycle of this planet. You are all either at random states of awake or waking. What would you like to do to start the day? Before I have you guys roll.
I'm gonna pray.
You're gonna pray.
Go ahead and pray for their safe travels, and everyone, that they just kind of like safe passage, and everyone's gonna be healthy.
Give me a 1d10 plus 1d10, please. And if you would also please give me a willpower test.
Uh-oh.
This is not for anything negative.
It's great. I believe.
I don't.
Okay.
Willpower.
And a willpower test.
Sorry, I'm reading. Okay. Oh,
Hey, do it.
we'll do it. I'm just gonna fate.
Huh.
We need
It's
all
not,
the-
it's not for anything negative, but okay.
Oh, okay. No, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it.
Okay.
Fire, you're in a bad influence.
Starting with it.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
I'm
just
gonna
don't
avoid
get
that.
safe passage.
You don't
Eat
really
safe
feel you don't
passage.
really feel anything, but it does comfort you a little bit to know that your retained faith in the Emperor of Mankind can probably be your shield in many things. But that's you all the time, so who the fuck knows?
Actually, it does nothing.
See if you had spent a fate, it might have done something.
Shut up.
Maybe. Who knows? You don't know what a
The world
fucking
may never know.
You don't know what a 2 out of 10 does. Anyway, who's next?
He's gonna try and get an idea of what's further west. Macro binoculars are wonderful things.
Macro binoculars will tell you that there looks like a cliff face to your west.
And I'm guessing there's no way to tell which side might be open or closed.
You're talking the span of roughly 10 to 20 miles. The cliff face extends to either way. Beyond that, you're not 100% sure what resides. Give me a perception check.
I mean, I'm fating that one.
Okay.
Damn it, every time.
It looks like
That's
to the
a
north
cliff.
and
Dang near
south.
crit failed.
Yeah, it looks like to the north and to the south that the cliff face extends miles and miles and miles.
His eyes, puts away the binoculars, and starts to get ready for breakfast.
And who's preparing breakfast this evening?
What's that?
And who is preparing breakfast this evening?
I guess Frank will.
All right.
He'll try.
Do you have cooking tools or a skill for cooking?
You know, I don't think so.
All right. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. Good.
Wow.
I'm gonna see if Emmy has anything.
Didn't we have cooking
hoard a
tools
lot of things.
somewhere?
That's normally Gums' job.
It is Gums'
So
job.
if anyone else wants to interject here before I make this roll,
Nah, I believe in you.
I don't believe in me.
I have
Why
a
don't
power
we make
ball.
I don't know. Maybe not trust the Ratling since he
I
gave us
don't, dude.
literally sugar, special sugar.
I don't think a power maul is going to help.
I can tenderize the meat.
Actually,
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
what
Gotta-
about
that
the
dog meat's gotta be
yeah? What about the dog meat that we ate or that we made? We like dried it out, didn't we?
nice and juicy.
Shut up, Tiger.
What am I looking for here? A cooking kit?
Either a cooking kit or skill in cooking, as what Gums has.
I have a
Yeah.
mess kit.
That is for
Yeah.
eating, sir.
You know, isn't eating like half of that is
mean,
you know,
like
isn't that like a
portions.
critical
You know
component?
what? Sure. Instead of rolling with a minus 20, go ahead and make it with a minus 15.
Wow.
Oh my god, just you wait. You're gonna succeed because of that.
Such a generous G.
Guys, I'm gonna level with you. I'm probably not
I
gonna pass this.
believe
I believe.
Pray to the Emperor.
the prayer did not work.
The prayer did not help you at all.
I'm sorry.
That's for the entire season. I'm so sorry.
I blame Emmy for not praying hard enough.
Just want you guys to
That's fair.
minus 3.9 degrees of success. I just want to point out, guys, he had to make a 12.
Could have been possible.
So, here's what you do actually succeed in, Frank. You managed to cook the meat,
Okay.
but the
Overcooked
word
it.
cook is very loosely used in this sentence. You end up essentially, well, give me a 1d2. We're just gonna flip a coin.
Oh.
Oh no.
Someone flip it for me.
Either now
Yeah, this
charcoal.
Funny enough, I'm eating my dinner right now, so.
Heads. I say heads.
Well, it's 1d2, so okay, cool.
Heads.
Hey, you
So
won
s-
hits.
I'm so sorry, guys. So,
No, you're not.
Frank,
Why don't I believe you?
I'm really, okay, you know, I don't care either way, because the story's going to continue on regardless.
Finally, the truth comes out.
However, Frank manages to make succulent-looking cooked meat. It's not seasoned. However, it's also not actually done. But none of you really notice that, because he just kind of put it on the fire and kind of, like, seared it in a way.
Of course.
Using, you know, makeshift frying pan out of like his mess kit and some sticks. In a
For the
fire
best
that you
of
guys created.
explosive diarrhea.
Probably. It's gonna be up to your it's gonna be up to your toughness checks. I know that I asked this after the fact, but who's actually eating this?
Well, Emmy wouldn't have known, so she's probably eating it. Us,
Frank's gonna eat it.
right?
Out of
I'd eat
everybody
it.
that's
I
here.
would.
Okay, well, Tiger, that
I'm
Doesn't
happy I'm
actually
still
fit.
This is
sleeping.
delicious.
You know, I brought it up. I might as well eat it.
technically out of everybody that's here, I think Elena's the only one that's been describing the fact that she doesn't actually eat any of the food that you guys eat because she has dried meats, and she continues to do things herself.
The funny
Or
thing is,
actually
Emmy
got
has ration
some-
bars.
Yeah, I also have rations. I'm just gonna eat one of
We
those.
all got rations. The problem is, do we want to?
Emmy's gonna eat because I'm not gonna like be biased, but Emmy's gonna eat like what's cooked.
Elena was kind enough to let Moore have some of the dried meat, so he's good.
Okay.
Yeah,
What a
Elena
saving
and Mal.
grace.
Elena and Mal, you two are the only ones that get to have dried meat because, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the benefit of using the RP channel on the off days that we're not playing the game. If you tell me things that happened, I will make that true. Elena and Mal, you do not have to make a toughness check today. The rest of you, on the other
Yay.
hand, except for Tiger, because fucking Space Marine, and Killjoy, who technically does have a ration bar, it's still in her inventory. However, you said that you are going to eat it, so the rest of you all get to make toughness checks, please.
Alright.
I will not make a minus for this because this is the first time we've done this. Keith,
I'm fading
there's
it.
something.
Hang on.
Oh wow, you're using 2 fate points. Wow. Okay.
This
You
time
guys-
I actually got better, at least.
I'm just gonna stay there. Look, I'm gonna save the next 2 for when we need to either fight the nobles or try to talk to the nobles.
If you guys
Whatever
make it
happens.
to the nobles.
We're gonna die of dysentery on the way.
Probably.
Alrighty. Mad Marker, are you fating to succeed?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Fate to succeed. Got it. Emmy, you're fine. Frank, somehow you're fine.
This is I
Mad
am into my
Marker,
own
you're
cooking.
fine. Keith, unless you fate to succeed, it's going to be
That
uncomfortable.
was after the fate reroll. I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Rolling with the punches.
Keith, it's rather unsettling, and you kind of have a rough time, and it will actually end up costing you guys a few hours today in total travel time.
Bless.
No.
But yeah, you're having a rough day with your bowels.
Mm.
It's like snakes.
Gadiel,
Ah, crap.
Gadiel, it gets far worse for you. So what turned into just like kind of a really,
Upset
unsettled
stomach.
upset stomach has turned into explosive diarrhea and, well, projectile vomiting. We've all seen the Exorcist, right?
Oh no, please!
No.
That is
He's
Gadiel.
just an old man. God.
Gadiel, you gotta stop trying the meat.
He's just an old man. God.
Oh, thank God Spartan is here.
So he can also roll, or he can try. to
He's
make
going to
it
make a
good food.
decision on its own. Spart, are you here? Oh,
I think he's just said no.
Yeah, he might be setting up. I'll give him a chance. But yeah, Gadiel, Gadiel and Keith, you guys are having a rough day. Emmy, whether it's your faith in the God Emperor of Mankind, the intensive conditioning that the Sisters of Battle have, or maybe just, dumb luck, but
Probably luck.
the meat's not that great, but you've had worse. You've had worse. It's not that great, but you definitely had worse. Frank, I mean, this is your first time really preparing anything other than a pastry or dessert, and you thought you did pretty well. It's
I like it. Yeah.
It's rare, but it's edible. No idea what the other guys are all complaining about. And Mad Marker, there's something wrong with this meat. You stop yourself before you get too far in. You ate enough to stave off hunger, but it's a light meal, and you stopped yourself before you got into any trouble. And last but not least, Recluse Yark Tiger. Space Marine.
Finally, some good fucking foods.
Yeah, Space Marine. It's just om-nom. There's no idea of there is no concept of the idea of enjoying your food. It's just there for sustenance.
Cheating.
But does it taste better than Gum's cooking? That's the important question.
Oh yeah.
Well, that is the question. Gums.
Depends.
Spart might catch up. Okay. I'm not gonna punish Spart because he's been having some rough times anyway. If he wishes to eat, I'll make him roll later. Alrighty. So after that scenario, should we say, you guys are, finished tearing down camp, packing it up, and getting ready for travel. Nico Valkyrie, the Chimera is just a map marker for the location of the group. They're actually riding around on bikes. Tell me, north, south, or directly west?
I think over here, that's west, I think.
That is west. Yes.
Eagle
Where-
West.
How would you like to make your travel?
West.
Just direct west?
Slightly north.
So, like here. Or here.
Up one, left two.
That one?
Yes.
Okay. Deal real quick. Alright. You guys basically arrive at a cliff range. It is a large, probably something circular of a plateau or something that you basically face, but the sides of the cliffs are sheer. It is a straight up as soon as you guys reach it. You can, if you wish, you're looking at probably well into a few thousand feet in the air. I mean, it's basically the mountain ranges, but in a cliff form. It's not uncommon for this planet, as many of the mesa ranges and things like that exist. But you can make your way up. You have trained for this to some degree. However, it will be a very tough climb, and by the time you get to the top, you will be exhausted. You would also no longer have your bikes if you're to do that as well, as they will not be able to travel with you.
Let's try and figure out where we are first.
Yeah,
And
that's...
using the map and asking Elena, maybe we can figure out how to actually get to the noble house.
This is probably a landmark.
Couldn't just leave the bikes there with all of our kit.
Doesn't
How's
seem
that
very...
You do remember that this is probably part of the surrounding, I'm going to just keep calling it a mesa range, because that's really kind of what it is. This is part of the surrounding mesa range that helps guard the Torn River Ranch. It'll be roughly a 2 to 3 day trek around it to get to the ranch, but you're at least in the rough location. In the way that
north or south, do you think?
You're not too sure.
Well,
Yeah, you're not too sure north or south. Your fleeing last night has made that somewhat difficult, as you didn't really plan, or you did not make a route plan for your retreat from the sandworms. So,
yeah,
as best you can tell, you are probably, you've reached the Mesa Range. You know you're in the right location. You just don't know where to go from that point.
okay, we're close to we're close to a target area. Just got to figure out where the heck the closest exit entry point is.
Lady
Elena, you got a minute?
you rolled a wasteland check. What are you checking for?
If I can recognize anything. I'm a little lost. right
You
now.
recognize that this is definitely here. You recognize this is definitely the mesa range that surrounds the Torn River Ranch. Feel this for you. Oops. Want to reveal. Forgive the poor mapsim skills. I'm getting better at it. But you do know this is the Mesa Range. However, 1 degree success will basically tell you that you just need to get around it somehow. You know that to the north, or the most northern side of the Mesa Range does not actually, will not actually be a good route to go. The south will be a long trek, as in a few days to get around it. But as long as you
User in
follow
your
this,
channel timed out.
you'll reach your destination at some point.
Well, I think it's south.
So,
Might be curving around, but yeah, if you think so, let's go.
Should trust Elena since she's been here the longest.
That's why I'm deferring, sir.
Yeah, but I don't know how far up or how far down we are.
Guess we'll find out now, won't we?
Okay, so you guys are going south?
I'm looking through my skills, and I don't know if there's anything I could use except for navigation.
Surface Navigate is probably the ideal skill to use for the most part. It's just familiarity and knowledge of where you past have been is the most
Yeah,
useful.
that's a bit difficult. So,
However, between Keith's and Elena's roles, you guys have essentially kind of figured out that you need to go south. So, you're going to make the remainder of your trek southward. That is fine. You'll get roughly about right here. We'll get right here. Before you guys break for camp. Go ahead and roll me one. Somebody roll me a d20, please.
Got it.
Big
Good thing.
babies.
Good thing I got this done earlier today. Well, I mean, last week, really. He is not here, so I'm going to throw him to the tank. He is not here. Him to the... As you guys break for camp, you arrive upon what seems to be... Sorry. As you guys break for camp, you arrive upon what looks to be a campsite. However... There we go. That works.
feeling about it.
However, as you investigate the campsite a little bit further, you notice that there looks to be a charge spot on the ground, not like unlike the one that you encountered when you were in Torn Peak, or sorry, the Tombs Peak barrier wall. This one looks more like maybe like the scoring from a last shot, or something that like basically came from the sky like a bolt of lightning and fried a spot on the ground. But no matter what it is, there doesn't seem to be any sign of life other than the fact that there is a erected tent and a still crackling fire. Let me bring you guys to the map layer. There you are.
A new
I
thing.
think everybody that's here is. No, wait, I'm missing 2 people. 3 people. No, 2 people.
Yeah, I cannot see, so that's probably me.
Yeah, it's you.
Hey, that's me.
I'm missing.
Don't forget Elena's token. Ah.
Commissar Orr.
I cannot see the screen.
That's because he's giving us vision of our tokens.
Yes. Yes. Vision, yes. Vision, yes. Okay. So based upon what my player screens can see, I'm guessing that you guys can see now, or do you not have vision?
I have
Yes,
vision.
I can see.
You can see.
You can see.
Okay, cool. All right.
I have vision based off of the Sister of Battle.
What?
Welcome.
Yeah, you just moved your token and then the light moved.
Oh, I think it's because the Sister of Battle actually has. Yeah, you have night vision plus. Oh, that's right. You emit a bright light because you have things.
I'm just that great.
Night vision. Let me see. Presence. Eight.
Hey, now I can see.
Night vision.
Oh yeah.
It's 50 feet because of Psyker. Psychers don't actually have to see. It's sense as well. It's 30 feet. Ah. Yay. I see everything because of all of you. Okay. Alright, you guys should have access to your tokens now and should be able to see things based upon your individual skills and such. Which I believe is yes. Yes,
I'm able to see everything.
Same.
That's weird. Why those 3 tokens have.
I can also see many things, but I can't see any, like, there's no enemies or figures, so if that's what you're worried about, don't.
No, there's no enemies or figures.
Good, okay.
There's a fireplace graphic I can see.
Not yet.
That's true.
Yeah, Roll20 changed some stuff a couple of days ago, so might have just messed up tokens.
Your legacy settings. It's okay because it's not. This is.
I'm just going to stand behind Recluse Arc.
Frank and Gums, go ahead and get set up in case something happens.
Okay.
Elena, is there any kind of local wildlife that would be able to pull something like this off?
Yeah, I see
Those
that.
worms, perhaps? I can see everything now.
Cool. All right, that's all I wanted, you guys. This is not a restricted light scene.
Good.
Fair enough.
Those come later.
Oh no.
Okay, Bane. Sorry.
Okay.
So the heck are we looking at?
Yeah, you guys see what looks to be like some sort of desert enclosure tent, same as yours. Moisture harvesting and all that kind of stuff. With a still crackling fire and a large spot on the ground that looks like it's some sort of, carbon scored mark caused by some great source of heat.
Oh, crap. Do we have another one of those things like we saw before? Would I roll scrutiny to figure out if it's anything similar?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a scrutiny.
Just barely made it.
It looks similar in the way that it's something that's essentially flash incinerated something.
I wouldn't get too close to it.
It's like it's the same kind of blasted up in that last camp we found, guys.
Hey, let me know when it's clear to... Oh, go ahead.
Keith's just asking the commissar to check the tent. Oh, never mind.
I was going to do that anyway, but...
You were saying, Leroy?
Let me know when it's clear to come down there. I want to search that tent for some stuff.
For now, the area seems clear.
Commissar and Reclusiarch, go ahead and roll me either a scrutiny or a perception check. I don't care. Either one.
Thanks.
Scrutiny is based on fellowship. You want that based on perception, correct?
Yeah, this would be a perception check, yes.
It would be to check if the area was clear, but apparently I can't tell.
You don't see anything inside other than some random, traveler's kits and stuff. There might be a weapon inside as well. You don't know. You don't really care. It's been a long day, Commissar.
The area seems clear, Frank.
You go inside? Okay.
Is it clear? What did the Reclusiarch just say?
Wait, are you saying this is from outside? We didn't actually go inside?
Did you go inside?
Yeah, beacon.
Oh,
You go
yeah,
inside.
that's...
You see, a standard slug thrower weapon, like pistol sort of deal. Maybe a hunting rifle. Or not maybe. There's a hunting rifle in there. There looks like to be a few canteens of water. Some traveling rations. Ration bars.
To be clear, there is no living person in here.
No, there's no living person in there.
Oh, Frank, it's clear. You can investigate as you please, Frank. It's clear.
Well, Elena's going to kneel down and touch the surface.
What perceptions do you wish to use for your scrutiny? Or excuse me, do you wish to use just your basic sight, your basic senses, or do you wish to use your psychic senses?
I mean, she kind of understands what it is, but better be certain.
What would you like to use? You have to tell me because this affects which role you're going to do.
I would guess it's perception.
Well, okay. Do you wish to use your psychic senses? As
Yes.
If you wish to. Okay, so this would be a Cynicians test then.
Well, better play it safe.
This is not a focus power test. This is just a Cynicians test. Just the basic skill of Cynicians. Which should be at the bottom of your skills.
Parry.
Yeah, it's right below parry. Wow.
Yeah, don't kneel down anymore, backs up.
Something seems to be blocking you, Lady Elena. You're not sure whether it's just the long day of travel and you're kind of frustrated and everything with, being out here, being lost and all that kind of shit. Or whether there's just an overly powerful presence in the area that seems to be blocking you. You have no idea whether it's one or the other, or even if the other one is even existence or not. But for some reason, you find it very difficult to focus your senses.
Well, Commissar, I can't tell anything about this.
Have similar things been reported before?
At least one instance, what I know of.
That was earlier, prior to my arrival?
Yes, Commissar?
What were the circumstances behind that? Or is that still also unclear?
I'll pull out my data slate, which has some of the pictures that we received of the death site of the Orbita. More can see them.
Interesting. So you're saying a similar event is what ended up killing Orbita?
Commissar Moore, go ahead and give me either perception check or a scrutiny check based on perception. Whichever is higher.
Scrutiny is based off of perception, so...
Yes, but sometimes people don't have that skill, and therefore it's lower. Because if you don't if you don't have a check mark in that skill, it's a -20.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll regular perception then.
Okay.
Which is his worst stat ever. Oh!
Oof. You're blind.
Sees nothing.
Absolutely blind. Gone.
Moore is not very
Eyes
perceptive.
gouged out.
So, Commissar Moore, you look at the picture on the data slate, you look at the spot on the ground, you look back at the data slate, look back at the ground, look back at the data slate, look back at the ground, look back at Sergeant Madmarker, look at Elena, look at the spot on the ground, look at the data slate. Yeah, they're the same.
Checks out.
Wow.
Yes, this does appear to be the exact same thing. Interesting.
Guess Emmy can take a look at it and see if she's seen it before in her travels.
Move your character. Because right now, from where you're standing, you don't see shit.
I know, I see it from afar. Hi, yes indeed.
It's binoculars.
I see from here.
She just holds up like those little binoculars that they give you at the opera. Yes, of course.
Yes, indeed. This is, in fact,
Probably good
Scorchmark.
This is indeed a mark.
This is indeed a very big scorch mark.
Okay. Emmy, give me either a scrutiny check based on perception or a perception check purely, whichever is higher for you.
Hey, wake up.
Look, I forgot scrutiny. Hold on.
User was moved to your channel.
I am also blind. Emmy says, yes, indeed. This is also a mark.
Yes, I concur. It is
Yes.
beautiful.
Indeed, it is indeed a mark. Probably with some.
Commissar Moore, it is very comforting to know that a sister of battle agrees with you in every way that you say.
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
This looks like a very familiar road.
Achilles.
Hi, yes.
Can I look around the camp or something to find anything that...
Or reload. Full time.
Well, if you want, you could look at the fucking spot on the ground like everybody else is.
No,
Or you
I'm
could just
trying,
kinda...
I'm trying to find something else, like maybe whoever was here dropped something indicating something. Something
Sure.
else than the... I'm looking at anything else than the scorch mark.
Okay.
Because,
Give
I mean-
me a perception check.
Okay.
Somebody wants to do a quick rundown for Spark, please.
God damn it.
Am I that obnoxious to you?
Hey guys, perception, like intelligence, is not a dump stat. God.
Are we?
I have
Only
believed there's a
perception?
dump
Yeah,
stat.
from the-
You have this
Not
not rolling.
anything, not a dump stat.
There's a lot of things that aren't a dump set, Achilles. We can't have them all.
This looks like the same map we were in before, Rafa.
I thought it was willpower. That's the dump
It's
stat,
similar.
right?
It's similar. I'm reusing a map because I've created 3 random roll maps.
Counters.
This one just happens. Yeah, just random generator map, or not random generator, but random roll maps for different scenarios based upon some stuff that I created for you guys. I'm just reusing this one because it was a.
Okay, so this is not where we got held up by the. Where we had a camp before and got held
No,
up. This is
strangely
not-
enough, though, out of your random encounters, this is a very similar situation.
Okay.
Which is why I'm reusing this particular map, because it happened to be a similar situation, or it looks
Okay,
like
so
a similar
okay,
situation.
so quick rundown. We stopped and this is outside our camp. Let's go stop.
We found this camp.
Okay.
Basically, to your direct west is a call it a giant fucking rock wall of natural earth and rock. But for all intents and purposes, you're basically camped out right here.
Alright, cool. Well, seeing that I'm here now, are we doing turns or?
Oh, people are just telling me what they want to do.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Okay, I want to look around the camp to see if I can find tracks. I don't know if anybody did it already.
No one knows.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
I want to see if I find tracks, be it human or otherwise.
Okay, give me a perception check, and then I'll continue moving on with everybody else. Gadiel, as you look around, you don't really see anything of particular interest or not. There's some food that was cooking, now is burning on the fire, like a little spit. Keith, if you want to roll me a survival check, go ahead.
Oh, you passed.
Finally, someone passed something.
A positive.
If we throw enough people at it, eventually get a low number.
Let me see here. What is your survival?
Thank you, everybody, for taking up all the low rolls since my last one.
So,
Thank you. You're welcome.
Keith and Gums, as you guys are wandering around looking for tracks, you don't see any. I mean, you see let me put it this way: you don't see any fresh tracks. You do see a ton of like regular traffic tracks. Things of like, you know, obviously this mesa wall, as it is kind of a large focal landmark for travel through this area. So you do see a number of vehicle tracks, repulsor ripples in the sand, even a few footprints here and there. But none of them seem to coincide with how new this or how recent this particular campsite has been set up. They all seem to be a few days old, and some of them even seem to be kind of blown away through the natural wind of the area. What you do notice, however, for 3 degrees of success, you do find a number of plants and plants that could be used for tonight's supper, and some that might even help people feel a little bit better.
Including myself.
That could be useful.
Survival and perception.
I think it's anything that's worth anything. Just can't. This just looks like a little.
Gums,
What
you
the?
do notice that there is one set of tracks that leads into the campsite but never leaves.
Wait, what?
You do see
That doesn't
one
make
set of
sense.
footprints that lead into the campsite but never leave.
Gum follows it. That follows it backwards, I guess. If it goes in but never leaves.
Yeah,
Can you
it seems
trace
that
it
it seems
backwards?
that they kind of lead towards the campsite, right? They go,
Right.
or they kind of walk around. What you now notice is they kind of sit there and make a lateral around where the tent is. You probably suspect that these are the footprints of the guy or woman that was setting up the tent. Then walks over towards the fire, stands at the fire for a while, so you can figure that they're probably setting the fire then. Walk back into the tent, walk out of the tent, and then walk over to where you saw, towards the area where that burn mark is in the ground, and never leave from that point.
Here, like right there.
Yeah, they seem to walk into the burn area, and then they never leave the burn area. Gums, give me either a scrutiny check based on perception, or give me a perception check, whichever would be higher for you.
This is with my modifiers. Yes or no? The I forgot it.
Does your modifiers give you an advantage on scrutiny checks?
No, I'm thinking of the. I forgot what it's called, and it's annoying.
Keen senses?
Yeah,
Heightened senses, yeah.
heightened senses. Yeah.
Do heightened
Sorry.
senses give advantage on, or give a bonus towards scrutiny?
Perception.
Perception.
Is
Okay,
it
I guess
is
not.
it based? Hold on. Is it based in sight, or is it just smell?
Side hearing and no, I believe.
Okay. I'll let you have a bonus for this. Yeah.
It says any test involving the sense.
Okay. Yeah. I'll give it to him.
I'll try to succeed that.
Okay. It's perplexing to you, but you do notice that there is ash in this burn pit. Do you point that out to anybody?
Gum just kind of kicks it a bit. He's like, I think it's a person.
Okay. Those of you who are at the murder site, give me a intelligence check, please. And
This is gonna
for
go
the
badly.
love of God, somebody
this-
please succeed.
And we use logic or
Determine
anything?
this murder site.
Sure. I will
Intelligence
even
is my
fucking-
dump stat.
Oh, oh my God.
What?
Yes!
Amazing.
God, Matt, I love you. God damn you.
Wasn't it?
He goes and
Get in.
touches my
Mad
dumpster,
marker, our
and
savior.
and then critically succeeds.
Nice.
Constantly
Enough
hit.
clarity.
As long as you critical hit any time you
Gabriel,
just
you
ruin
would
the
not be
jump
able to do this because you were not at the murder site.
Ah, damn it.
Killjoy, you were there, but you don't fucking care. People die all
Would
the
I
time.
have, would I
Yeah.
have seen it or be able to research it while I was on the ship?
The murder site?
He just sees fire and she's intrigued. Staring at fire, I guess. She's
You
like,
know what?
yes.
I will
fire.
allow your logic roll based upon pictures that you remember seeing from the dossier.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Can I jump on that one then?
sure. It has to be a logic test though.
Ooh, well.
I just realized, why does the sergeant...
Tiger, you're at the murder site.
The Reclusiac doesn't care.
He also sees
So
fire and
I mean,
yes,
Clearly
fire.
what memory, so you
I
could've
think
just-
clearly he was not at the murder site.
You're at the murder site physically,
So-
but mentally?
You know what? For 6 degrees of failure, Tiger, and just to punish you for rolling a 93 on a fucking logic test, even when it's a trademark skill of your fucking Primarch. Tiger, you look at the fire, look at the burn site, look back at the fire, think to yourself for a second. Yes, this is indeed what happened. The man touched the fire, it caught on fire, and died. There could be no
Sand
question.
boy.
Fragile
The humans all the time.
Yeah.
He must not have a fire retardant power suit. That's it.
Fire is damaging to humans, therefore it has to, this could be the only reason why there's a burn mark there.
That is correct. That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Killjoy, you automatically, because the recluse arc thinks this is true, you
Yes,
also think
indeed.
this is true.
Has to be.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, yes, obviously the man caught on fire.
No.
Gums, you are just playing in the
Absolutely
ashes now.
correct, Reclusiarch.
Gums steps in the ashes and goes, "Hey, that's kind of cool. It makes it look like I'm walking on a cloud," and you continue to mess with the ashes that way. Let's
Hold
see.
on, I'm trying to make an Imperial Saint.
Mad Marker. As Gums is doing this, and as you slowly feel great well of pity for him because he's just being so fucking dumb, you remember the previous assassination site, the murder site of the deputy Orbita, didn't have ash. Even though it had been a few days, there wasn't any wind to sweep away the ashes from that site. He literally turned into a pool of molted human and then was immediately absorbed back into the ground or turned into pure glass. There was no time for ashes to be made. That's a
User in
distinct
your channel
disparity
timed
between
out.
these two areas. Additionally, the site didn't have an explosive sort of incineration to it. The individual that was assassinated was literally melted to death through a great deal of heat. This seems to be vastly different. Gadiel, you also remember distinctly that the murder site didn't have ash at it except for the fire pit, but that was long since burned out. This is something else. You're not sure what it is, but this is definitely different than the assassination site of the Deputy Orbita.
This is weird.
Yes, weird that a man would catch himself on fire and turn to ashes in the spot.
Oh,
Well, Lord Reclusiarch, sometimes there is such thing as spontaneous combustion.
no, this site is not like the other site.
That is correct.
There's ash here. There was not ash at the other murder site.
Well, there would be ash left over from a human burning.
Yes, but not in the way the other body was killed. It either turned to what? Goop
Hey,
or
wake up.
glass.
This also seems to be more of an explosion, while the murder site was more of a high heat.
User
Yes.
was moved to your channel.
This
Thank you,
is
sorry
not
about that.
like this is not the other. This is not like the other murder site.
I hate to ask, but is there any wildlife on this planet that is capable of producing a similar effect?
I hope not.
Well, there was those worms there the other day that seemed to be producing lightning wherever they went.
I don't,
How these things worked.
I don't think watching the track, the lead up here, that any creature did this, but it's so strange.
Well, those worms seem to be burrowing underground. What happens if it came up from underneath and zapped the poor bastard, and that's the remains?
Well, I didn't see nothing that looks like anything dug anywhere. I didn't see a big hole. I don't think you can fill the hole that quick if you can't even fill the boots that quick.
You can achieve it through one roll. Frank, give me a scrutiny roll.
Okay.
Maybe
When you
the poor
check-
fucker had a grenade. Oh,
When you checked the tent, did you see any explosives?
No, I didn't check the tent. I just followed the stone, looking down.
Just appeared to
What?
be regular hunting and camping supplies inside the tent.
I'm looking.
They walked around. This looks like it's more or less a pit stop for most travelers. It looks like. So what happened is probably that they walk to the tent, they get some supplies to start the fire, and they walk here, and then this happens. And Scum kind of kicks the ashes. I don't think anything did this. I don't know if anybody did this. I probably think the person had a grenade. 'Cause
There would be some kind of bodily remains if a grenade went off.
Gadiel, you're familiar with explosives, correct?
Yes.
Do you know of anything that could cause this?
The only thing that comes to mind immediately would be Melta. Maybe a lance strike. Or a high capacity laser.
Plasma gun went off.
Possibly.
There should be some kind of remains of the weapon, at least.
You haven't seen a plasma gun go off in a while, then, have you?
I've seen, yes, the effects of somebody overcharging one.
Haven't we all?
They were mostly fried from the waist up.
Would I,
Cannon, then.
Achilles, would I be able to roll something to see what kind of weaponry in the Imperium could do this?
Sure. Give me
Or beyond the Imperium.
Yeah, that's fine. Based on things that you've seen, give me a Common Lore War, please, or Tactical Imperialis. Your choice. Depending upon what you choose, will depend upon how I explain it.
I'm gonna take Tactical Imperialis.
Tactical Imperialis. All right. The Imperium has logged a number of different weapons that could do this. Chiefly amongst those is indeed Melta. Melta can actually cause a almost like a spontaneous, not spontaneous combustions per se, but a instant combusting similar to this. It could also create something similar to this blast pattern that you see. However, based upon your study of the area, this came from above. So unless some sort of Imperial aircraft armed with Melta was directly above this fellow and fired down straight, it couldn't be something like that. Las batteries, or Lance batteries could do this. However, they're you would think that they wouldn't just fire one shot and be done with it. That's not really the way of the Imperium. Also, Lance batteries have a tendency of strafing a large area, so you would see this blast pattern across a fairly large, probably a kilometer-sized area. Based upon
larger amount.
Yeah. It's kind of strange for that to be localized to this one area. It could also be something like, a lightning cannon could do something like this. Again, usually that's fired laterally, not vertically. But, could be something of that nature. Tal weaponry firing from directly above could also be the case. Usually their ion weaponry would have a blast pattern similar to this. And thermal lance could also do this as well. Additionally, it's the thing that's throwing you off is the fact that it seems to have come from directly above, as the blast pattern has the force of the concussion going outward rather than directly behind it, or directly lateral to this position. And that's really what's throwing you off. But there are a number of different weapons that the Imperium has encountered that seem to have something similar to this.
Question.
Frank, I haven't forgotten much. I'm writing your message right now.
What?
Talking to Frank.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
The tracks that lead up to. So the tracks that lead up to where the blast mark is. Are those the freshest tracks, or is it possible, is it possible to check if there's any other footprints that they stop to also watch these tracks that aren't stop to watch the blast mark that aren't this party at the moment?
Roll me a perception check. If you're using sight, I guess you can use heightened senses as well.
There's a lot of weaponry that could do this, but unless it was directly above, I don't think it would do anything.
Simple. He was struck by lightning, caught on fire, and burned.
And,
Well,
and
the
it
lightning part. Well, the lightning part could be accurate, Reclusiarch.
Clusiarch.
There is. I don't know much about it, but there is psychers out there that can throw lightning around and whatnot. So
At hearing this, the commissar would turn to Elena and like, Elena, come over here. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Would you be able to produce a similar effect to this easily?
How would I know? I have never tried it.
That's a very valid answer. However, I'm still. We're going to be hypothetically. Could you summon a bolt of lightning to achieve this effect?
Do you want me to try, Commissar?
No, I'm right here.
Yes, yes. Demonstration.
Yes,
Yells from
not
outside
on
the
any
tent.
Not on any
Wait, no,
particular
please.
target. Just like don't actually try to incinerate anybody in the squad here. But if you could somehow achieve this effect, one, it'd be most impressive. Two, we might have some possible answers on what happened to this poor fellow.
well, if you could aim over there, that
There
would.
are some
Obviously
plants
not.
around.
Then I would go over here. I am not gonna. I do not want to explode.
I mean, Commissar, since I've never done anything like this, maybe I should step away a bit from you all.
That'd be a good
I
idea.
agree.
Yep, I agree.
Come on, Steve. Frank, we gotta get you out of here. Reach minimum safe distance.
Hiding behind the pillar, I see.
Yeah.
Is going to hide
Frank,
behind and near the Reclusiarch because he is taller, therefore will be struck before she will.
Well, I must warn you, I have never done this before, so Commissar, you might want to hold the bolter just in case.
Commissar Moore will take out his pistol, make sure it's got a round chambered, and just be kind of get into a good shooting stance, just watching Elena. All right.
Okay, so
Carry
I was
on.
going to try to recreate it. Technically, spite would do
Yes.
this. Your normal spite spell would do this, but sure, let's do a focus power test. Have at it.
Yes.
Frank, are you heading inside the tent?
I'm
If I
in
can
the
keep
tent searching for shit right now.
Be in this.
Need any help?
No, I'm just looking for thrones. And a journal. I'm just not sharing. Because I'm mean.
Dumb.
It's rude.
Yay.
So.
Keith walks in to try and figure out what the heck Frank's tearing up.
He doesn't seem to be turning up anything. He seems to be looking around the tent carefully, not to disturb anything.
Fair enough. Okay.
I'm writing out what he's
You
finding
want.
here, but give me a second.
Sorry.
Hey, 69.
Yeah, that's 6.9. Excuse me, guys. 6.9 degrees of success. But yeah, Elena manages to. Well, Elena, how would you like to focus your power in this?
Well, you see the cactus in front of me?
Yes.
Trying to think, how do I get this to go from up, down into the cactus?
User in your channel timed out.
Looking at the cactus, going, Okay. Think of it as throwing a ball. Let's try that. Kind of even make the throwing motion.
I'm scared that there's going to come a lightning bolt flying at us.
Okay. Wait, so are you throwing a bolt? Like your normal spite, or are you calling for lightning?
Well, kind of trying to call down lightning something.
Okay. It's actually not hard for a psyker to try to adjust weather patterns to their liking. They just don't do it for fear of people finding them out, usually. Or unless they're specifically told to, which they're usually not, because nobody thinks like that. But you are able to basically, create a static electrical charge that, in essence... Oops. What the fuck? This is not mine. What the hell? Oh, I see what
it's the lightning bolt.
The lightning bolt kills everyone.
Yes, everyone's dead. Yeah.
Wait, Steve's still there. Oh, I was about to say Steve survived. Yay!
Wake up.
The sole survivor.
What the fuck?
Oh, you did something.
User was moved to your channel.
Hello, user.
I see what it is. Okay, I actually made that burn in when I was actually making the map. That makes sense. Okay.
Really?
Let me see what I got here. Well,
Broke
okay.
it.
Let's put it this way. Boom. And she completely wipes out the cactus, sets it on fire, and it burns to the ground.
Not the cactus.
Oh, poor cat.
In the same way that
it looks very similar, yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, excellent.
I simply go, there we go.
Found out what it
The
is.
psyker did it. Wonderful.
Well done, Elena.
Not wonderful.
It's called sarcasm.
Thank you very much.
See, we've learned something here.
So she recreated it.
Yes.
Similar, yes.
There's a possible other alternative.
So can you do that from a distance then?
Wow, she can clearly do it at a range.
But I'm pretty sure it was next to her, but I'm not seeing like.
What is the...
All I saw were a pair of footsteps. I didn't saw any other pairs that stood out.
What? What if...
All I saw were a pair of footsteps leading to the blast. I didn't saw like any other marks, that's close to it.
There's plenty of high features around here that one could hide up upon and look down at this particular instance.
What if they had like a grav chute or a jump pack, and when they were directly overhead the guy, they dropped the melta bomb?
I still didn't see it. You would still see those things, like the disrupted sand.
Can Frank hear all this while he's doing his thing?
Not if they're high enough up in the air.
It's not a thing.
I mean,
you can hear a lot of things.
Okay.
What goes up must come down.
Eventually, yes.
And
They don't have to come down right here. It could be, further out in the other direction.
My question
Okay.
is, how did the psyker not get found out by whoever got nuked here?
Well, we could ask our resident expert.
It is night, right? If he's only using a fire to see, if he doesn't have photo visors, then it'd be fairly easy to hide from someone, I imagine.
Exactly.
It is very dark. This fire is the only source of light in the local area.
Fine, I'm gonna look around and see if I can find any other. I'm gonna look around and see if I can find any footsteps, because gotta be somewhere around. At least I'm distance away from the camp.
Tiger, do you have anything to weigh in on this?
I could. We could look for, because last time you said there was a scorch mark at the person, or at the place where we thought the person might have had actually done it in the first place. But I'm not sure if that would emulate here, since it wasn't the same method.
I mean, okay. Let's try this. Give me. I think this would be a fairly recent thing for you. Give me a intelligence check plus 20. So there's a number of different things that could, render somebody essentially able to be at one place and then not to be at one place. Teleportariums can do it. Psychers can do it literally through the same process of teleportation. Jump packs could do it, and the residual could be covered up by literally the same morning, or even just a random dust blow. They could have, they could have literally been traveling by other means. There are plenty of ways for somebody to be at one place without making tracks, and then to leave at the same place without making tracks.
Blue.
That is fair.
Could also be flying, yeah.
I thought flying was difficult on this planet.
It is.
Maybe they're accustomed to it, though.
Flying is
Might have
incredibly
gone.
difficult on this planet. It just, means that somebody either flew for a very short period of time, or
They know how to fly in the condition.
possibly.
So if we find something like short range aircraft at the Noble House, that might be a suspect.
Possibly.
The Marshal does have that jet bike. Maybe there's more than one on this planet.
Do we have evidence of what this person was used to travel?
Well,
Person that was at the camp.
nobles do have a tendency to keep very fancy piece of technology for themselves. So it wouldn't
I
be
would
that
like
much
to
of
say
a
come
surprise
forward.
if they have all sorts of things.
What was that, Elena?
Have you noticed the lack of a vehicle here?
I have, actually. So, do you think it could have been a group of people that may have pulled this off? I don't know. All we know at this point is that there's a campsite here. Somebody got murdered via a very strange phenomenon. There doesn't appear to be any tracks, according to our scouts, saying otherwise. Quite the mystery.
Indeed.
So, we shouldn't be hanging around here all day. If it's a mystery, then it is indeed a mystery. We can ponder upon it later. We shouldn't dally all day. We do need to get to the Knoll houses eventually. They're probably wondering where we are by now.
Someone would get distracted by the giant worms.
Yes, that's likely the excuse we'll be going with. I'm sure they'll be very reasonable and understanding of the fact that, those giant dune worms, or whatever we're calling them.
Don't
yes.
worry, they're nobles. I can make some excuses.
Achilles.
There's no use for excuses. They know that these travels take time. Sometimes they go quick, sometimes they take long.
There we go.
Achilles, it really did occur to me. Are you fresh vehicle track? We have the course. You give me where he
Yeah.
walks from. What if I want to trace those steps backwards? Where would I have to go?
You do see that there is a set of tracks that's right, let me draw a line in the sand, that are right here to right here.
Mm.
Those are fairly fresh.
No, what I want to know is for the ones that lead up to the blast mark that went in the tent, all that stuff. Where would I have to go? I want to trace it backwards from there.
What do you mean trace it backwards? You
Okay,
you already traced it backwards.
Did I?
Yeah. You saw that there are tracks that went from the road to the campsite, circled around the campsite.
Right. Okay.
Went into the tent, went out, went by the fire, stood at the fire, and then walked back into the tent. Then walked over towards the burn mark, and then they stopped there. You won't be able to tell much beyond that, simply because you won't be able to tell a time period with that. You can surmise that what probably happened was they went from the bike, went over towards the center of the campsite, set up their tent, put some stuff inside the tent, walked out of the tent, walked over to the fire, walked into the set up the fire, walked back into the tent, then walked over towards the burn spot, and then probably died there. But you don't really know you don't really know a timetable for that as to what happened first. You can surmise that, but your roll is not great enough for you to tell, yes, he did this, then this, and this, and this.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to take one of the grappling hooks, see if I can climb up to the top of the mesas. Or one of them.
Okay.
Frank, did you find anything interesting?
Well,
too hard.
My dear friends, I think this man is a dead noble. He has this nifty hat, he has this really good quality duster, and he appears to be some sort of Frank's gonna look at a data slate.
Let me see.
Steve, what's this word? Wait, did you know?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna.
Achilles, this is written in high or low Gothic.
Be written in
Hey, Keith, you can read. You're the only one who can read.
This would be High Gothic.
And we can read High Gothic.
I'm just like.
More.
I can read both. And we can read both if we need to.
Oh, Gadiel looks. I look at what do we see?
5 of you that can do that.
Yes.
So that. But what is this word?
What do we see? What do I see?
1 second. He'd be pointing at the third to last word.
At last, so
Planetologist.
Planetologist. Well,
Planetary
my
studying.
dyslexia is kicking in full force now. Jesus.
What's up?
Yeah,
What's up?
I pronounce the full word and what it means in Low Gothic, but I can't because my dyslexia is kicking in full force.
It basically reads, for those of you who can read High Gothic, which is the 5 of you, Tiger, Commissar Moore, Elena, and Emmy, and Gadiel. It's the header of that data slate reads Planetary Study Wasteland. Study conducted by Imperial planetologist Antonio Claude.
What does it say?
Well, he was a planetologist. He was researching planets for some reason.
Specifically the wastelands.
Yes.
So an Imperial
Antonio
got out here first?
Antonio Claude. Did you say he has a hat? Can I see the hat in the back?
Frank would be wearing the hat.
Okay.
Give me the hat back after.
Yeah, he's just borrowing it right.
Here's the duster.
Is there any symbols on it, Achilles? Like any sort of symbols that would designate where, like what house he might be from or something?
This individual looks to be a member of, God, what would be, likely one of the Ordos within the Adeptus Mechanicus, probably of the biologist style thought process, since he's technically trying to study a planet, which would be along the lines of, well, actually, do you have how much history or how? Give me Imperial. Common lore Imperium, unless you have common lore Mechanicus.
It's gonna be Imperium. There we go.
Nice. 4. Yes, this individual will be from the Adeptus Mechanicus. One of the God, what are they called? Explorator.
Explorators.
Yeah.
Well, I hand it back to you. And this man was from the Mechanicus. He was an explorator. What he was doing out here was he was maybe looking for technology or new resources that they could extract.
So he's not a noble, but a foreigner, and he's dead.
That's
Seems like
quite
it.
concerning.
Frank,
Well, see-
assume you checked the pockets of the coat.
There's only thrones.
Hmm.
Not enough to share.
One moment, please.
So he's a survey boyo, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure if someone already said this, but he would have a vehicle, and that's gone, right?
Yep.
It looks like his bike probably disappeared around here.
Well, and I doubt that he was out here alone.
Well, a surveyor might actually. Well, would a surveyor have escort?
Not typically.
He's
If
probably
it's-
one of those weirdos who likes to be alone, so he can be super smarter or something like that.
So were there any? I'm gonna stare at Gums. Where's Gums? Where's that little rattling him? See, even within earshot, I actually don't see him.
I'm wearing a self, and I want to assume that either A, I have better ears than everybody, so I would hear you, and so you'd be hearing like these squeaking noise from the distance trying to correct you, or 2, you're speaking through radios.
Actually, I'm shouting this one locally because everyone's here. That's why I'm like, where is that little?
Who's climbing
Where
up
is that
the
little one?
Who's climbing up the mesa?
I was gonna try and climb up as much as I could without, taking a day.
Wait, who's? Yeah, so it's like pillar right here, right? That's the mesa.
Yeah.
Yep.
Give
What
me
the
a
heck is he doing?
Strength or yeah, give me a
Athletics or
athletics.
strength?
Yeah, give me an athletics check. I'll let you have athletics.
Dang it! Forget about the bonuses for the grapple hooks too.
Well,
Is he not
here's the-
using one of the grapple hooks?
He likely. I'll likely say that you are. However, Keith, weren't you one of the ones that was shitting their brains out all day?
Oh no.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's a minus 20 there, buddy.
Oh no.
Crap.
Who's shooting the what?
Shitting their brains out. Frank prepared some meat.
He was quite good.
Do I fall?
Yeah, to some people the meat was perfectly great. To other people the meat was not so great.
And
Yeah,
to
that
some
would be
others, just
Gadiel
trying to kill
and
them.
Keith. Yep, Gadiel and Keith. So
Yeah.
Keith, you are shitting your brains out. And as you try to climb up, you notice just how weak you are because you really haven't had any calories all day.
Not enough anyway. Ah, crap.
Isn't it lovely when our
Are
decisions
you
have
okay?
consequences?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
What is he trying to do?
He's attempting to climb up to see if there was some kind of
A clue.
something up there.
A clue.
Clue of some
Oh, okay. Can I roll scrutiny to see if there's like an easier way up there to climb?
Sure, you can certainly try.
All right.
That is,
What's up with all of our 90s today? Good God.
that's one tall rock.
All right, well, I'm going to try to climb it.
Sure. Athletics check.
Yeah,
I think it's
Keith
plus
hands
10
him
for grapple hooks.
Think. Thanks.
Frank, you begin climbing up.
The opposite.
You begin climbing up, and it's quite easy for you. You're kind of just showing off a little bit of the what it means to have big uwu biceps.
Frank the Tank.
However, the mesa is thousands and thousands of feet in the air. It literally is like a giant edifice-style wall, blocking out everything on the other side. But you manage to get significantly high up in the air, a few hundred feet, and you look down, and, well, roll me a logic check. I give you... You know what? I'll give you a plus 15 for the fact that you're kind of seeing things from a bird's eye view, unlike anybody else, unless somebody wants to use stuff that they have. Cool, Frank.
I'll fate. Hold on.
Okay.
And then I can't fate to succeed that, right? On a reroll.
Yeah, and I think, but wouldn't that put you out of fate points for the rest of the day? And we still
Yeah.
have plenty of time left.
Screw it. I believe in success. All right, I'm gonna do it. I want to pass my logic. Yay.
Cool. Frank, you could probably surmise that if somebody was attempting to kill the explorator, that individual probably was up above and probably using a mesa, because you could almost, based upon your experience with ranged weaponry, you could almost line up a perfect shot if you're just higher up.
Commissar,
Yes, Elena.
Frank's gonna start coming back down.
do you want me to assist?
Yes, just how?
You know there's easy way to get up there.
Oh, yes. Wait. How about we, let's just take a quick jaunt up there.
Are we rolling for a teleportation?
Yes.
Please
Oh
no.
boy, this is going to be fun. Okay, cool.
Yay!
It is approximately 1, 2, 3.
We just stepped back 3 feet.
I mean, the last one she pulled off fantastically. So
Yes,
more
she did.
thinking,
She
yeah,
also-
this
she-
should be easy.
Yes, she also had 10 degrees of success.
And that changes
yeah.
the fact that she's a psycho?
It doesn't really change the fact distance is a thing, but teleportation does have certain values built into it. I just like the cleverness of you guys using teleportation last session, so I thought that was really cool. In this session, that's even cooler. Cool. Okay. It'll be a focus power test. You are attempting to make a teleport area beyond your sight. So go ahead and do a -10 to that value, or to that roll. And you need to get above... You need to get above 3 degrees of success in order to be able to make the teleport successfully. Wait, what the hell?
I mean, she teleported like what? How many kilometers last time around? Yeah, there we go.
Okay. She barely made it, but she made it. You guys successfully...
It might be a hard bump up there, Commissar. Be prepared.
A bit of a what?
We might land a bit hard.
No,
Oh,
you
that's
would have
fine.
teleported into the rock.
Oh!
Yeah, that's what a hard landing is.
Oh,
That's not even a landing.
But you succeeded, which is fine. You guys
no
managed
inside
to...
rock.
You're not inside rock. You guys enter the Gate of Infinity and exit many thousands of meters from your previous destination. To put that in perspective, you were about almost 8 to 9 kilometers away from where you were. straight up.
Oh, I forgot to ask, Commissar, do you have a binocular so you can see?
I think he does. Good.
Hold on, he has to come back down to get it.
We'll see you guys in a couple days.
Goodbye.
You do have macro binoculars, Commissar?
Be part of my basic kit, wouldn't it?
Oh, you tell me. Technically, the only basic kit that I have for you guys is your regimental kit.
Oh.
I'm glad we think these things through.
I mean, I can't think of everything, Commissar.
I have a pair in shared party items, but I actually don't know who is carrying them.
That's a good question.
That's a great question. Anyway, what I can see with my naked eyes of where we need to go to maybe easier get into the Noble House area.
It's about another kilometer west from this position, but you can, from this distance, be able to see the smoke and from the distance. Oh, and it's like another 100, 200 some odd kilometers south to get around the Mesa range.
Commissar's just gonna be standing up there, looking over the edge, going, "Huh. I should have brought my binoculars."
Should he use some when Emmy was standing across the saying, "Oh yes, that is indeed a scorch mark."
That's a scorch mark.
Well, at any rate, Elena, well done. Most excellent idea. We can most
I will be very nice to you. I'll be very kind to you. Give me a common lore Imperium plus 10. Never mind.
Can I'm gonna spend a fate on that one.
Sure, go ahead.
Today's fate day.
Why not?
Emmy cursed like the entire she said, "I will pray for us." Fucked it all up. Now everyone's just cursed.
She screwed the prayer. We're all screwed.
You should have succeeded on your prayer.
I need the shut up, Tiger.
I told you this was an omen.
Well, I don't want to be the one to say it, but this is episode 69, so maybe she didn't pray to the correct god. And I'm just gonna stop there. And I'm just gonna stop there.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I mean,
Look, Prince doesn't come back until Saturday. You guys are just gonna have to make do.
Actually, Liru isn't here for 69, is he? Shit.
I mean,
User
What?
joined the channel.
what?
Well, there he is. Wait, you say Prince? What?
Prince
is
Liru.
I'm gonna be Zeusing for you guys on Saturday, goobers. That's what he means.
To be fair, Liru hasn't been saying much, so I kind of forgot he was here. Not gonna be mean.
What? No, I'll give it to her because most of my stuff has been in chat, rather because I've been letting you all talk while I do my things on the side. So I get that.
Yeah. To be fair, I am away from my computer. I am currently folding laundry.
Oh, Killjoy hates me. It's okay.
Liru, I literally talk to you and Tiger the most out of all of this right now, other than
Well, can Elena try to look and try to remember what she learned from the Arbiters on the planet?
Please.
Give me a. Do you have Imperium?
Yes.
Okay, give me a common lore Imperium. I will give you a plus 20 to this one. If you fuck this up, then it is destined that people are to fail.
I'm sorry.
I'm scared.
That was close. That was way too close.
Wow.
But she didn't do it. It's good.
There's no way she could fail though. Except if
No, she had to roll 100 to fail, but she almost got there. Holy fuck, guys!
Ooh.
She didn't fail, but
It's okay.
Trying.
I'm okay if you guys succeed your rolls sometimes. It's okay. Elena, it's you remember the Arbiter is talking about members of the Officio Assassinorum.
Yes.
Some of which carry very, 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 to the 10th degree, long-range scopes, and are capable
Scary
of making,
things, yes.
Yeah, and are capable of making shots damn near to the curvature of a planet. It could be, if somebody really, really, really wanted this guy dead, could have used some sort of long-range weapon from all the way up here and actually managed a shot. Though, you're not really too sure of anything short of capital ship weaponry that would really create something like that you see down at the bottom of the mesa. But to be fair, you're also not an expert at weapons. It's just more you've heard of people making shots of this distance and such.
I mean, all the things they tell at the fire.
Well, we do have more of an answer than I suppose.
Oh, and we have one thing left, Commissar.
I'm going to assume getting back down, other than
Yes,
jumping.
Commissar.
Oh dear. All right. Well, we've at least got some answers. We can surmise to say that there could have been indeed somebody up here with some kind of long-range weaponry, and could have possibly taken out that poor fellow.
Yes, Commissar. Let's just hope we get down to tell it.
I have the utmost confidence in you, Elena.
I will do my best, Commissar.
Hope you do.
Hope you do. He's not the only one.
I have full probably confidence in you.
And a 3.
I mean,
and a 2.
otherwise-
Splat.
Hold on, guys. Elena, you can make your focus power test without a minus, since you've been to your other location before. There you go.
Yeah.
There's the Raffinado.
Here we go.
I have cursed this land.
Yeah. So you managed to be able to create another gate affinity. This does kind of exhaust you, because doing this particular power multiple times is exhausting. But you do manage to be able to create the gate and make your way back down.
Yes, taking 2 steps and sinking down by the fire.
Yes. You all notice that Elena does look particularly drained from this.
Right. I think that's enough using of your abilities for now, at any rate. Well done, though. Excellent thinking. We have surmised that it is indeed quite possible to get up there, for one, obviously, and for two, somebody could have easily have made a shot. Well, not
User in your channel
easy.
timed out.
That could have been the point of assassination.
The angle looked like it came from the
Do
very top.
you found evidence that it was a point of assassination? Or you just think it could have been because you were up there?
It's a sheer rock face up there. There's no tracks.
I just realized I just asked a bunch of long legs who probably have dull eyes to if you saw anything.
Yeah, no, oh my. Yeah. I guess Moore is going to
When the
clean down and check in on Elena.
Did it left any sort of any distinct? I have no idea how teleportation works back then. Did it leave anything?
It does not leave a residue, no.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Those
wanna
of
try anything?
you who speak High Gothic, go over the data pad. Perhaps the planetologist found something that someone didn't like.
So skip to the last entry. But I want the data slate back. I want to read through this.
Emmy's gonna try and give it a gander.
Okay. You don't have to like roll anything for checking the data slate. It's not locked or anything.
It's a read check.
Yeah.
It's
Roll to read intelligence.
Though I would ask, what information are you trying to glean from it?
So there was something that went wrong.
Is there something wrong? Let me see. Are you going through the entirety of it?
They said the last entry. So
Okay.
yeah.
The last entry. Hard to see what would actually be wrong. If you're looking for any mention of himself, he seems to only complain about the heat, which is understandable. He does make mention of finding methods to keep his hover or his jet bike cool. To which he basically figures out a method of creating radiators that are that utilize the speed of the bike in order to cool down the bike's engine. Which is kind of ingenious, which shouldn't surprise anybody because he's of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you figured out air intake engines.
Essentially, yeah. The faster it goes, the more it cools, the more the faster it can go. Reoccurring loop sort of thing. But he doesn't make any mention of anything like he is in danger or anything like that. You will need to roll intelligence checks for you to basically make sense of the data that he was collecting.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I want to do so as well.
Go ahead. Anybody that has the ability to read High Gothic and is
I did it. Barely.
Killjoy. This is incredibly scientific data.
I only know God. Science is not real.
Yeah. You do know that the Adeptus Mechanicus worships the God Emperor of Mankind as the Omnissiah, the machine god made manifest. In certain ordos of it, they worship him in sort of a Trinity sort of a style. There is one order that you particularly like that worships the God Emperor of Mankind as the Unmaker God. That is the Order of Reductor. That is not the order that this guy belongs to. Obviously, because the information that he is collecting seems to have extensive studies as to the strange magnetic fields that this planet seems to create from itself, and seems to be collecting data on the megafauna that inhabits this world and how they're able to sustain themselves in such an arid and desolate climate. Could be useful data to you guys. You could probably use it to figure out different animals and how to kind of conceal your tracks and things of that nature in order to keep yourself safe or safer, as it seems that he was having difficulty trying to stay out of the hunting paths of many of the fauna that seems to inhabit this world.
Damn, Kaladin would have loved this information.
Kaladin would particularly have understood this information quite well because he would have understood it from a very different side. With that being said, Lady Elena, what are you rolling High Gothic for?
Wrong roll.
Oh.
I pressed the wrong thing.
Okay. Were you looking for an intelligence check as well? Or something else?
Yes.
You're trying to
but
do it.
Screw it. I'm eating.
Okay. 7 degrees of success plus... What is it? Your unnatural, which is... Fucking hell, 2. Okay, so that's like 9 degrees of success. Okay. Lady Elena. The amount of information that this particular individual gathered is quite astonishing. It seems to make notice that isn't your High Gothic roll What's your basic roll? You rolled a 5, and your intelligence is a 6, so that's like 5, so 7 degrees of success. So, yeah. Okay. It doesn't really change anything. 9 to 7 doesn't really mean that much in this particular case. He seems to make a hypothesis that perhaps there's something that is relating to the magnetic fields of this planet, creates something within the actual planet's crust that allows such megafauna to exist. It also takes notice that the sandworm is not the only subterranean megafauna that exists on this planet. There's in fact actual lizards that exist, but lizard is a very rough term for a large reptilian creature that likes to create large depressions in the surface of the sand, to which creatures begin to try to make their way out, and it basically starts digging to create a funnel that basically burrows it right into its gaping maw. Think reptilian version of a, not like a Sarlacc. Think of an antlion.
Yep, I had that in my mind.
Yeah.
Elena would probably go, "Oh no."
Yeah. It likes to not only devour large metal structures, but also has quite a taste for any flesh beings. He goes further to basically elucidate on a lot of the fauna that a lot of the carnivorous beings that exist during the daytime use either a chitinous hide or an actual kind of a skeletal hide to protect themselves from the heat and also retain moisture during the very intense daytime hours. Yeah.
Good question.
Sure.
Do the dogs technically count as reptilian?
No, the dogs are not reptilian.
Okay.
They're actually kind of like a strange hybrid between insect and mammal. Insect in the way that their muscular skeletal structure is much like an insect, but they are mammalian in the way, or they resemble a lot of mammalians in the way that they
Shaped.
What?
Are like shaped?
Shaped. They're shaped, and they don't possess segmented structure similar to a insect. It's more like they still have an endoskeleton that supports their entire body, but the chitinous outer hide resembles that of an insect. It's a strange hybridization in a way.
Blooded don't use eggs.
They don't lay eggs, no.
That's pretty cool.
Elena points to the section about the lizards looking at their clues. Like, have you seen this?
I've not seen the beasts.
Well, let's avoid valleys in the sand.
Back to the high ground, as it were.
Keep an eye out.
Sure, since Elena got 7 degrees of success, I'll give it to you guys. It seems that there is a reason why most travel seems to center around the large rock structures, as most of the deadliest fauna do not stray close to the rock formations. Mostly through the fact that their movement is too limited once it gets to that point.
Goats. goats so we can ride the goats. Climb the rocks.
Does I have any tips and tricks on how to avoid the wildlife?
Oh yeah.
Avoid the wildlife?
Yeah, he did.
Most
Yeah,
of
stuff he did.
Most of the wildlife, the deadliest wildlife, the most deadly is likely the sandworm. Not for the fact that it travels great distances and tracks based upon both movement, sound, and you find out that he says that, well, yeah, no, you can read High Gothic, you're fine. Eventually you would read this in Identic Memory. The sandworm also has the ability to kind of see on the infrared spectrum.
Oh.
No, thank you.
It's just very effectively thwarted by traveling into a rocky area because they physically cannot move in that area. The sand dragon, which is the lizard creature that burrows in the sand, travels during the daytime above the sand, up until the point where it can actually, until it detects possible prey in the area. It travels mostly by scent, though it does have a keen sense of sight, but only when it's above ground. It has a kind of a local sense of, to use a Dungeons and Dragons term, it has a local tremor sense, but only for the rough area around where it burrows. It doesn't actually sense it for miles and miles like the sandworm does.
The longest form of sight is smell.
Correct. Its longest form of perception is going to be based on smell, and it can smell for miles. Similar to like the way that a dog can track something over the course of a long distance. It's also the rarest form of creature in the world. He surmises that likely there's only a few dozen on the planet at any one time, and they seem to
Planet period.
And he seems to believe that they have an incredibly long lifespan. Their great size and their vast territorial nature lend them to only be able to sustain a small population at once. He also
Wouldn't that be a problem for their genetic viability?
It would, and except for the fact that they have a very long lifespan, and they don't breed all that often.
All right.
Think thousands of years.
Gotcha.
Yeah. They also have a very strange circadian rhythm where they will basically stay burrowed for days and days and days on end. Kind of like how a spider will basically stay in one place for a very long period of time until something lands in its web and it becomes very active.
That's a really cool creature.
Yeah. The sandworm by far is the most deadly. And by the fact that it hunts in packs makes it a very, very, very deadly ambush predator.
Oh god, it hunts ogrins?
Yes.
It can do.
Yes. It just yes for Frank. That's what Frank understands.
Knew it.
Yeah. There's other deadly creatures that exist, but they are smaller and more easily dealt with, like the chitonids are. The wolf creatures that you saw before. There's other insects that live on the planet. Of course, like scorpion-like creatures and arachnid-like creatures.
Are those scorpions dangerous to a person?
They're dangerous in the way that they're venomous, and if they sting you, they could make you very sick. But they're not deadly in the same way that they're the size of a human and will eat you.
Right, but then I'm just going to make you very sick, and if you don't get help, you'll probably die in the waste.
You probably could die in the waste, yeah.
Gotcha.
Any other questions for the book?
I say we should just take everything we can, including the book.
Yeah.
The individual clearly has no more need for it.
Well, Frank's gonna grab the data slate back, and he still has the duster that he's keeping these.
Yeah.
They're his now.
It'll make Kaladin very dangerous, very jealous.
And by that, dangerous.
Yeah.
Is that Imperial God issue there, Godsman? No.
Commissar,
Godsman?
you need to learn. In this squad, it is called Finders Keepers.
The sergeant is then going to, or the commissar is then going to turn to the sergeant and just look at him.
Which one of us?
I guess Mad Marker, because he's the oldest one of the two.
Yes.
Do you not enforce any kind of, coherence within the squad? Like,
All that's gonna do is just make me in the future when I look for stuff not share it. I shared it.
Not too concerned with coherence in that we're not on an active battlefield. Sometimes it's useful to dress like the locals.
I'm gonna look super fly when I walk into that noble house.
all right.
Clear.
Here's my compromise. Godsman, you can wear that in your off time.
What about when we go to the nobles?
Well, we're all going to have to, at least somewhat look like a coherent unit when we arrive. But in your downtime, yes, absolutely. Wear it to your heart's content.
Is he making fun of me?
No, Frank.
Yes.
Frank.
Indeed.
Aww.
Look,
Yes,
do you
yes.
want to have it ruined in battle, or do you want to keep it for,
I'm not gonna wear it for battle. No. I'm still gonna wear my uniform in battle, but we're going to we're not going to battle.
Look what happened to your arm of the last engagement we had, and we still have quite a trek.
No, you're misunderstanding. I'm not gonna wear this to battle. I'm just gonna wear it to. Did she say that out loud?
No.
To bed.
I would have laughed my ass. Yes, what that one said. What the titties Steve said. Yes, exactly. To bed.
Snort.
I did leave me the fuck alone. Because I was already kind of giggling because I was imagining Libru actually getting into I will wear it with great pride or whatever, just getting into it. I already know he was doing the hand movements for that, but that just came out. Sorry. Continue.
I can't beat that. I'm sorry.
I have nothing to say at this point. That's where this conversation ends. Okay.
I'm not gonna wear it to battle. I just, casual clothing.
Yes, that's
Like
what
drinking clothing.
Yes, that's what I'm implying, Frank. I'm just
Yes.
saying right now might not be the best of time to be employing such an attire.
Well, are we going to combat anytime soon though?
Maybe.
Are we at the noble
aware.
house yet, Frank? Have we reached to safety? No? That's
Yes, but I'm gonna put it on before we get to the noble house then. Within the same day.
How about we just wait until we can see the gates of...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why are we having an argument when we both want the same thing? You are jumping to conclusions again.
My fucking god. What the fuck is going on?
Are we making camp here to stay and sleep here or not?
No, we're not staying in the same spot that somebody was just murdered.
I mean,
So we know it was
already,
just murdered. For all we know, it could have been a while ago.
And feel the ground to see if it's hot.
Well, the
The
tracks
fire is fresh.
and the tracks are also fresh. So is the scorch
confirmed
marks
for a
and the
while.
ash that is now on the Ratling's feet.
Amy, I want
Fine.
you to, or Killjoy, I want you to analyze what you just asked me.
And I feel the ground to see if it's hot from the scorch marks.
Sure.
We're
Roll me a
gonna
perception check.
I just realized we're in a desert. Oh no!
The ground is indeed ground.
It feels like
That's a solid ground.
Yeah.
She's got her power glove on. Yeah.
it feels like power armor glove.
See, I caught on to that immediately.
Yes.
Commissar's gonna turn to the sister. What are you doing?
Just checking the soil.
For what?
It is
Might I
indeed.
ask?
Yes, the soil is indeed.
It's adequate enough for us to stand on.
The
I'm gonna jump up and down.
Is going
Yeah.
to try to keep a straight face.
Tiger,
But do that like.
roll me a perception check.
Yes, I am indeed not falling into the ground.
Gideon will walk behind the tent, and you will hear a snide chuckle, including a slap and the sergeant yelling at his white shield to keep quiet.
Tiger, as far as you can tell, it's indeed sand.
All the ground, we're just fine.
The thinking, sister, we will not collapse here with
That's some
increased
good-
strain.
You must always be worried about quicksand. You never know when it happens to bring upon us.
Would you like to try your
Either.
assault pack just to make sure that it indeed support you?
Can Emmy just start using her power sword, start slashing at the ground, and really make sure it's
Oh yes, make sure this is solid.
Roll me a perception check, Emmy.
You guys are going to attract more sandworms, I swear to God.
No, it's
We'll just climb,
we're
it's
just
fine.
fine. We can do it again. We ran out.
Isn't
Sandworms?
channel.
Nope, 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 nope.
There is nothing that could go wrong.
Ah,
Nothing can go wrong.
Everything is going wrong.
Look, at least it's not like a 5 degrees failure. That would attract a sandworm. We're just fine now.
No, that's not how it works, but you're fine. Or as far as you can tell, you're fine.
It is solid ground, Rakuzia. We're just fine.
We can move on then.
Yes, indeed.
most excellent. Yes, let's move on before we test the soil or
Can we get
attack
the flame?
the ground.
So,
Yeah,
Elena?
sister, please, no. Now you
Yes?
jest. Let's everyone make our way back
How
to the
far
bike.
does that teleport go?
Not far enough.
No, we're over here. You can go away. So, could you teleport us all just into the nobleman's house?
No.
That might be a strain on the psychic
that
abilities.
would not go too well.
Okay, at least closer.
I probably can't do anything more today.
Fair enough. Well, then let's try to convince them to get moving.
Well, I'm standing on a rock.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want to
Godsman,
leave either. I don't want to leave
sister,
the rug either.
Reclusiak, I suggest we continue on. We have quite a journey left ahead of us. As much as I'd love to solve the mystery of this unfortunate soul's death, it is not our immediate responsibility. The ground is now contaminated with all of our tampering, so further evidence is unsurvivable. We've stomped through it, kicked the ashes, attacked the ground. Let's just gather what we can here, and hopefully the next passerby will think some poor fool got raided.
I can just
Did
imagine.
we keep the ground? Did we win?
Yes,
Finish
it
up
is,
your
because-
searches and let's move so we can find somewhere
Last time I
to
checked, the Earth has not confessed its sins against the Emperor.
rest.
Lord Reclusiak, surely you jest.
Oh yes.
Alright, Evie's gonna hop onto the rocks so we can get moving as well.
Commissar's just gonna go
on.
straight back to the bikes, not
Let's
looking
get
back.
moving.
Question, because this was pretty much during the second half of your day, how much further do you wish to travel?
Until
It's
the
already
is it-
sun
twilight.
starts. Till the sun starts to rise.
Oh,
Hmm.
you wish to
Yeah, wait.
travel? You wish to travel only during the day?
But no, Achilles, we determined last time we were traveling at night.
Yeah. So when the
Yes.
sun starts to rise, that means it's daytime. Though we go to ground.
Yes. I already told you it's twilight, so it's already sundown.
Yes,
You
we're gonna
found-
continue to
Twilight's in the afternoon.
I suggest we set up camp here. The sun's about to rise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I suggest.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Reverse that. What I said.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Just gonna make sure that we all.
You can't
sync.
fool me. I
Just
see what
keeping
you're
us on
trying
our
to do.
toes.
Yeah, of course.
Because you said sundown, and it's like if it's sundown, then we have another like 8 hours. That's weird.
I for one say
bad,
we
yeah.
should not camp where somebody was killed recently.
Extra
Usually a
tips and
bad-
supplies. Why not?
We can
Exactly.
take
There's
it.
already a
I'm
really
not.
nice fire already like lit. So.
Fire's already lit.
Commissar.
If we add fuel.
French line to make you feel more at home, Commissar.
They say that the lightning don't strike at the same place.
Well,
twice.
unfortunately for us, it wasn't lightning. Now was it? we don't know what struck this poor guy.
The psyker is correct.
Or I'm saying, why don't we continue traveling a little bit further to get closer to our destination, and then go to ground?
Unfortunately, we don't know how far away our destination is, so merely
It's-
traveling like another hour or so isn't really going to change much.
We still have a couple of hours.
Traveling another hour, wake up an hour earlier. It matters not. As long as we keep pace, when we arrive, should be about the same.
Yes, Lord Reclusiak.
I say we put it to a vote.
Says the person who doesn't need sleep at all.
Here now, and there's large enough rocks nearby that should the worms come back, we do have some ground to stand on.
We could just camp out on the rocks and overlook the camp.
Exactly.
Though camping out on top of the mesa would take a while.
They meant the rocks around us, not the mesas.
So we're currently standing on.
Across the. Just across the small road.
That's not road. Just discolored sand, or
Hmm.
other colored sand, should I say? For the
Across.
purposes of this.
Over there, Cruz. Yeah, there's plenty of rocks for us to sleep on.
Yeah.
Not any worse than a Imperial Guard bunk. So I suggest we set up camp here and keep an extra eye out.
Set up camp at the bottom. I'll climb a bit and move the ways up to allow myself extra sight.
I have said my vote.
Frank's too busy with his pie to vote.
I vote that we stay here on the rocks. The rest?
I think we should stay here.
Does anyone else wish to vote? Because
Gums.
Oh, no, you don't ask my opinion. I don't have one. None of this really matters. It doesn't matter to me.
Excellent. No vote.
I'll finish up and see if we can salvage anything useful in the tent then.
Oh goodness.
There's a cot. There's a small collapsible desk. There are some pots and some pans, probably used for cooking.
Hey, Gums, need any replacements?
Oh, we're taking We're taking everything.
But
I'm not taking
that's
the
just
desk.
so much.
What are you talking
we
about? I
don't
can use
need.
desk.
Use a
Yeah.
desk.
Why don't you go?
Why are we taking the desk?
I'm just gonna.
Because if
I
there's
would
a
like to
desk
say-
in my
I would
tent,
like
that's
to-
one less space for any other.
Who's gonna
guard.
carry the desk though?
I would like to say
You carry
more,
your own fucking
more-
desk.
Battle desk.
I want to say
Oh
more
my
beat
fucking
me
God.
by more beat me by 1 second. He beat me by 1 second. I also use that desk.
Let me put it to you this way, Commissar. You want the desk? You carry it. You tow
Yeah,
it.
you carry your own
I don't
fucking
need-
desk.
I don't need to carry it. I'll just pack it in with the rest of the kit in the bike. I'm assuming it's a portable, desk.
Yeah.
It's
not a
collapsible.
No,
it's
a
not
full mahogany.
Yeah,
Mahogany.
a solid mahogany desk, finely carved and glazed.
The Explorator had style.
The
Okay,
Explorator's
so-
actual jet bike had another jet trailer that was attached to it that actually carried the desk, a full-sized chest of drawers, with a. Okay, wait. Have you guys seen The Witcher?
Yeah.
Think Yennefer Vangerberg's fucking tent that she just concocted out of magic.
Oh, hell yeah.
Exactly.
That's the Explorator's tent.
Guess we're taking the tent as well.
Okay.
But to be fair, it is a
If
large
you
tent.
move the whole
But...
thing without ruining
Yeah, it's like a
whatever's
caravan
inside, sure.
It's it's like a caravan tent.
It's a nice tent. Yeah.
Well,
Officer's tent.
Just...
But I
Okay.
think even the
Luckily,
Reclusiac
there are
fits
3
quite well in
officers
that
here.
tent.
The Reclusiarch would be quite comfortable in that tent. Yes. It's not like
He's the
it's
only
not like a
tent.
full size mahogany desk, but it is a collapsible field desk. Think, like for a like a unit talk sort of deal.
Could be very useful.
There's a couple of trunks that have like clothing, survival supplies, rope, things like that.
Clothing, you say?
As well as like as well as a kind of like some sort of a explorator kit that contains like magnifying glasses, microscope, kit and stuff like that.
Boink.
I'll take the soil sample testing kit.
Okay, do you know how to use one?
Nope, but I'm taking it.
Okay.
I'm adding it to my equipment.
That means adding the actual tent,
It's
like
in
the
a trunk
canvas
already,
tent.
guys. Like there's one trunk that has all of his like his clothing and accoutrement like that, and then there's another trunk that has all of his fucking like study equipment. I would like to know how you guys are actually going to take the trunks. That's a good question that I have.
Here's my
Just strap
question.
them.
Y'all
Grab them on the bungee cord.
We strapped into Tiger with bungee cords.
How about we all just shut up for a minute? Let me divvy out the kit and then we'll pack it in ourselves.
Let's do that at some other point.
That's right.
Let's put it this way:
I-
the tent weighs, when it's collapsed, should weigh somewhere around 30 to 40 pounds.
It's not too bad. Emmy's gonna carry that one. Her tent now.
Your tent.
But I've already claimed it as the officer's tent.
Jeez.
Well, I'm not going to freeze while you stand here and debate.
Well,
Fire.
the sister could be counted as an officer in some cases, so...
Okay. X, how are you divvying up everything?
Well, assuming there's
Yes.
a reasonable amount of size variance, they all fit.
This could probably fit roughly 4, maybe 5 people comfortably.
Oh,
If they
And we
if,
can
you
share.
know, with nothing actually in the tent, it could fit roughly 4 to 5 people.
Okay. Talking
I
about
mean,
the clothing
sure.
more specifically, obviously it's going to be a little nicer than what the guards are issued, so much as I'd like to keep some off-duty clothes for the guardsmen, I think the officers are going to get a lion's share of those. The equipment trunk, obviously the Reclusiarch claimed that thing, kind of. I was wondering if there was any kind of specialized navigation equipment.
Not navigation equipment, mainly because, well, you can see that there's something weird going on with the magnetic poles of this planet. So the regular compass and stuff like that doesn't work, and GPS satellites have difficulty communicating back down to the ground. It's the same reason why teleportariums don't work, and the same reason why a lot of the gravitational things that the Imperium uses, such as Valkyries and stuff like that, don't really perform that well on the planet's surface.
And possibly why Elenia's teleportation went several kilometers too high.
No, she went to the top of the
sorry.
mesa.
My mistake, sorry.
Yeah.
That was
warp,
luckily a
travel
joke.
travel via the warp seems to be okay. It's just difficult for something up in orbit to get a lock
the
on to something.
atmosphere.
Yeah, there's something going on in the atmosphere that causes. So teleportariums need to know where they're going to go, right?
I remember there's something like that.
Yeah, they need to have a linear travel down to where they're going. Well, they also need to be able to physically pinpoint where they're supposed to be creating the exit gate. Problem with that is that up in orbit down to the planet is unreliable. So teleportation is not used on this planet. Ground travel seems to be the only thing that's reliable, so long as it's not using magnetic levitation or anti-gravitical technology.
Jet bikes use
maps, anything like that?
Jet bikes use physical inertia. They settle down to the ground whenever they are not in use. Wait, no, you're right. No. Pretty sure they use repulsor. Not magnetic levitation, but repulsor. I gotta look that up.
I'm not aware how that works, so.
Yeah, I gotta look that up. I can't remember if they use repulsor or if they use magnetic levitation.
Okay, that's all right. But yeah, that's clothing. That's the kit trunk. Already got lots set aside for gums to pick over. Let's see what's here. I'm guessing the cot's not any different than what we got. Guessing you didn't pack any weapons.
The cot's not anything special, no.
Didn't think so.
There are some things that can only be so comfortable.
Yeah, I got you. Like I said, though, he didn't bring any weapons or leave any behind.
It looks like he has a couple of slug throwers. So, hunting rifle that seems similar to the same design that Gums uses, but for a full-size human, and a slug throwing pistol. Think of it like a stun pistol.
Guns are
Keep
guns.
those on the side. Yeah, might as well keep those on the hand like backups or something, maybe. Let's see that's no other options for like vehicle maintenance left behind.
What else? What do you look for?
Excess fuel, food, that kind of thing.
Not inside the tent, no.
All right, sorry. I'll leave it there because I've been drawing on long enough. I'm sorry.
That's
No,
fine.
you're fine. No, there is no fuel. Promethium and enclosed spaces usually don't mix too well.
Good point.
Okay. Anything else, people?
I did want to ask Frank something.
Yes.
Before you take the data slate away, do you mind if I make a copy of the data to send?
Yeah, go ahead. By all means.
And could you use your long-range radio to send this over into the...
Yes, for the box, I got you. Go ahead.
I would just like to contact my Suasia. Kind of just to inform them that we found the evidence of the remains of one, what was his name? Imperial planetologist Antonio Cloud, and just send over the data. Maybe for the tech marines can take a look at it, and if it matters at all, use it. If not, who cares? But the Mechanicus probably would like to know that he is indeed KA.
It sounds very weak, but you do believe the Unrelenting Fury did copy your message.
Understood. It's fine. Thank you.
Elena looked very frustrated when she went to grab her blanket and sits down next to the fire.
Oops. Anyway.
Helix, all that I see is just the physical pictures.
Yeah, that was it. That's what I'm asking. I don't have a symbol because I'm shit at drawing.
Okay.
But I can describe it if it becomes irrelevant.
Okay. Is that all you're asking me, or you want me to send it back to you?
Yes. No, that's all I'm asking.
Okay. Yeah, I was perfectly fine with those pictures.
Good. Okay.
I like the cape one. Makes you look like an officer.
No, that's a little what I made out to be, because they would use their money for something.
Yeah, I figured. Okie dokie. Okay, so after a lot of arguing between each other about who gets what and who gets to sleep where, you guys finally set up the rest of the tents, or order your poor comrades to do it for you, if you're a slave driver like Gums.
I help my comrades, unlike somebody.
But you guys managed to finally erect the campsite. There are maybe about 1 or 2 hours left after the campsite has been fully set up, that you guys basically have to yourselves before you finally let sleep set in.
How many hours was it?
Between 1 or 2.
Gator will use that time to at least fortify just a little bit.
Are you really just going to start creating sandbags and everything?
No, he's just going to dig a hole for the mortar and use the sand from that hole to just basically make a crater, so if shrapnel and stuff hits, then it won't go into the mortar hole.
Okay. Your comrades start singing Swing Low while doing so.
Come and for to carry me home.
I join in.
Hello, Breezy.
Oh,
Swing
Breezy,
low.
to catch you
Hello.
up, you're no longer the only person who has an Indiana Jones hat.
No, who has it? God damn it. Is his hat better than mine?
It's newer.
It's newer.
Is it better?
Arguably?
Define better.
Only a perception check. It can't be better than yours.
Fucking right, yeah.
No way that it
Oh,
can
no.
be better than yours.
Accurate.
As
Look
far as
at it, it's all-
as far as you can see.
Look at it, it's all dusty and stuff.
It's fucking weird.
Of course, it is nighttime, and it's kind of hard. Wait, is that a glint of like some shiny metal on his? No, that can't be. That can't
No,
be true.
it's not. Yeah, true. It's not right.
Yeah, he does have a really nice duster though. Nice brown leather duster.
How do I roll for jealousy?
That's
Just
something you do.
exists.
How do I roll for shit-eating grin once he sees it?
It just exists.
You don't need to.
It just
Frank, didn't he find something that Cal might like on the data pad?
Oh, yeah, did the Cruise Arc just make like a copy of the data? Does Cal have a data pad?
We have the internet.
We have the internet. We have the technology.
I'll
it's
go up
not,
there.
It's not hard to make a copy of it if you have a data slate free.
Does he have a data slate?
I do.
All right, well, I'm gonna get with him and ask if he wants a copy of all this information that we got.
What the information is it?
To catch you up-
It's
Oh, go
okay.
ahead.
Yep.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say we planetology, like wildlife and all this crazy stuff. You seem to be like a really out of the hive city type of guy, so I thought you'd be interested.
Yes, I would be, definitely.
Eh.
By the way, your hat, your duster.
Not as good as yours.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Of course, yeah,
Appreciate that,
yeah.
So, yeah, they look nice though.
Yeah, thank you. They were just in this tent, no one was using them, so I thought, when we go to the nobles, I could wear something fly.
Oh, yeah. See that's how the right man thinks, right there. I like that.
But, well, I like using that word too, because every time I say fly, with that sense, I look over and I see the what's her name? Yeah, the sister. She like physically cringes. It's great.
Yeah, it's great, right?
Yeah.
Fun times, fun times.
Should Killjoy be rolling? Should Emmy be rolling for psychic damage?
Correct.
I tried to hold it, but I can't. You fuck Leroy.
Perhaps.
Should Reclusiar Tiger be rolling for physical disgust?
I automatically succeed. It's always physical disgust.
To take something that I've been doing at work in real life, and I went up to a coworker and was telling him about, like, you know, hey, have you gotten a business intro lately? And he told me, yeah, I did. And I go, that's weak sauce, man. That's weak sauce. And that's now like the thing we're doing at work right now is everything is weak sauce. That sauce is weak. And yeah, so Cal is gonna be like, he's gonna put his hand right on Frank's shoulder and be like, see, I don't know why they don't like it, but that's
appreciate.
Wait, that's weak sauce, man. It's weak sauce.
Very weak sauce.
Sounds like quitter talk to me.
Steve,
It does. It sounds just like quitter talk to me. That's some quitter talk right there.
Something penis joke.
Well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. We'll get to them eventually.
Was there anything fancy schmancy in the pockets?
Just some money.
Money? How much money we talking?
Between you and me, 290 thrones.
Holy shit.
It's a lot of money.
It really is.
I can get so much pie with it.
Cal is going to ever so slightly just move his money pouch to his back. You're going to hear a plethora of jingles.
I get
character, it's not a lot.
Roll me a sleight of hand, Cal.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Skill that you have never used.
Hey, he made it.
Yeah.
Really?
Seems to work out okay. It's not weak sauce.
It's not weak sauce.
Perfect.
Well, yeah.
Drums don't sit in the crater.
I'm going to take some time and set up my hammock and review the data.
Where are you setting your hammock at?
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Where? What do we got around us?
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see.
Rock.
My mistake.
What did you say to me? You said I can't see? Am I blind? What'd you do?
Well, you failed.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Don't you do that to me. Don't you put that voodoo on me, Ricky Bobby.
You ate Frank's cooking.
Failed so much. But you're here now, which is all that counts. You should be able to see your character now.
Oof. Okay. Desert. Oh, great. Okay, desert.
Yeah, by the way, you're on a desert planet, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, shit. I guess then no hammock. I'm just gonna sleep out under the stars. Not unheard of.
This is
so I'm gonna just kind of post up. Oh, wonderful! Murdered by lightning.
We're thinking something lightning related or something that came from directly from the sky.
Nice, love it. All right.
Cal, funny enough, if you sleep under the stars, you see two guardsmen also sleeping under the stars. They're sleeping at water.
Oh. Okay.
And this time, one of them has a radio backpack, and the other one is a very old sergeant.
Have I ever seen this technology?
What?
The
radio?
No, the fucking mortar. Fucking radios. Come on.
Man,
It's just a it's just a box bag. It's a backpack with a box.
Have you ever?
I wasn't talking about the radio. I was talking about the mortar.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, mortars are.
Have I seen this technology?
Have you seen a mortar? Yeah, dude. You seen a mortar? It's very
I'm just
common.
making sure. I didn't know if it was a special mortar. Leave me alone.
It's a
Are you
special
picking
mortar
on
to the
me?
sergeant.
It's a fourth mortar. He uses psychic powers against
I don't know. Technology is weird. Does it lob insults like all of you?
Yes.
Cal, you do actually.
Yes, it does.
Actually, a big
Cal,
flow dart.
Cal, the funny thing is, when you look on it, you do see 3 small horned space marine helmets that has a small X on it.
See? That's great information.
Yes.
You know what's not great information? Yeah, you've seen a fucking mortar. Idiot.
I think both are pertinent.
I mean, okay,
Hey.
you asked me, have you ever seen this technology before? Yes, you have seen a mortar before, Cal. Have you seen this mortar before? I mean, yeah, you guys were running away from sandworms, but you didn't really get that good of a look at it.
Clean that up. Okay.
Cal,
Yeah.
That's a mortar.
the dead guy had a jet bike, but it's missing.
Okay.
Well, was there a track for a jet bike though?
Can I try and see if there's any disturbance around that looks like a jet bike may have caused it?
That line,
Yeah.
the line that I drew on the map, you can see basically what looks like some sort of like disturbance linearly before it melts back into a lot of other tracks.
Okay.
Searching for anything. It's
So
basically a crossroad. We're gonna find nothing new.
It's mostly just tracks.
so based on
That's what I'm looking for.
my brain is telling me
The junction.
so my brain is telling me scrutiny, but I want to kind of try and word it a little different to see if I can't use a different skill for this, okay? So based on my years of tracking animals and people and just understanding the wilderness and how it functions and
you
what
wanna use
animals
survival.
I want to use survival instead of scrutiny, yes.
Okay.
Is that a possibility?
Survival to find what? It's the nature of what you're trying to find will
Is what
determine what determines your skill.
Okay, so with something like this, I want to see if there are any telltale left behinds, like oil, or is there a leak, or is one of the turbines not functioning properly? Would that be scrutiny? I feel like it's scrutiny. My brain's telling me scrutiny.
Well, I can give you a
something
perception
that-
I can give you a perception check to let you in on something that nobody else bothered to ask because you
I'll
just
take that.
asked it. So
Effectively, what I want to look for, and just so you can understand me, is like if we come across a jet bike, I can look at it and go, "Hey, that one had an oil leak. Look, this one does too. Oh, that's probably the bike." That.
So, Keith actually asked this a little bit earlier, but he asked it for inside the tent. Roll me a perception check and let's see if you notice something. You notice that there are no fuel canisters anywhere in the campsite, which is incredibly odd for the fact that a jet bike loves to drink fuel.
Tasty.
I feel dumb.
No, you just
I mean,
you
don't feel dumb.
asked
Yeah.
you asked the question, you just didn't ask it on the outside of the tent.
Yep.
So did
So-
he travel here via jet bike, or did he
Well-
walk here?
He makes mention of his jet bike multiple times in his journal, right? I told you about that because he basically modified it to be able to travel during the daytime. I'm trying not to railroad you guys into a thought process here, but there isn't any tracks leaving the campsite except for maybe the tracks that he used to come in on or leave on or whatever, where the jet bike once was, and there are no fuel canisters.
So we have no tracks.
So someone
to
took 'em
technically
all.
with that.
So clearly he might have been murdered for resources, and they did a really good job at covering their tracks.
With this information, could I roll in logic to figure out?
Figure out
Can I roll for meta knowledge?
It's what it's for, so might as well try.
logic for what though? That's the question.
Yeah.
So here's how investigation works in the Fantasy Flight model, guys. I can't just tell you what it's a lot of asking the right questions, right? A lot of the older guys here are used to this because I spoon fed them during the early portions of this campaign to try to lead them to asking the right questions. We did this a lot during the Ragadan chapter.
Achilles up the wall. Yeah.
All right, so let's do this, guys. So let's
you guys are fine.
let's simply talk out what we know. So
There you go.
whenever you can't figure something out, bring up what you know. So
everything that you guys have learned up to this point. Technically, so this is a random encounter, yes. But all these random encounters I'm trying to use as giving you guys clues as to things that are going on around you. Either how to survive in the waste as it is, or in this particular case, a vital clue that could give you a greater understanding of the world around you. Continue.
So we know that this camp, there was a person here, and there's a person there, and I point to all the places where that body would have been.
There's no body left.
Yeah, so I know. That's why that was a joke. So we know that somebody was here. There was a jet bike that was widely praised by this person. We have a line, either coming or going, of somebody riding out of here that just disappears into the sand. We have absolutely zero fuel tanks, both inside or outside of this campsite. So that leaves the question, where is this person? How did they get here and leave here? Where is the fuel? And where is the vehicle?
Our current theory is that the guy was killed by a shot from high up, possibly all the way up on the mesa. The person who killed him came down, took the fuel, put it in the jet bike, and then left on the jet bike.
Where's the fuel tanks?
Or
Probably took them with him.
Or they killed him for the jet bike. So, and they had another vehicle that picked the jet bike up, because it just melts into other tracks here.
When I did my
turf, easy for wind to drive away or muddy up the tracks.
Can I inspect the body one more time? The ash and like the area around it. Is this just like the body that we found months ago at the?
No.
No.
There's
Okay.
ashes.
No, we figured it out.
The last one didn't have no ashes. It was a pure glass.
Glass, yeah.
This is an explosive mark rather than like
electricity.
The only real issue with somebody coming in and stealing the stuff and then leaving is this would have been a fairly recent event. Like, we would have been, a few kilometers out, possibly, because the tracks are still fresh. The body and the scoring and everything is still relatively fresh. Like, we got here, there was a fire lit. So, to have another vehicle come in, steal a bunch of stuff, including the jet bike, and then drive away, we would have been able to find those tracks. That's one of the issues that we're running into, right?
How loud is a jet bike? It's fucking loud, right? Like,
I'd imagine so. It's
Fucking loud, but so is the bikes that you guys have.
We wouldn't.
But it's a jet bike. It would kick up a sandstorm, wouldn't it?
Not a sandstorm, but it would create a plume.
Something we'd see, right?
We're
Like,
traveling
it would be
at
very difficult to miss that.
We're traveling at night.
Okay.
It's traveling at night,
with-
so it's you don't
Fuck.
see you don't see for that far. You especially,
Plus.
Cal, because you don't
Yeah,
actually have.
I don't have pretty soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The ship is in orbit right now, right?
Yes.
I heard there was something about the ionosphere or some shit like that. Like they can't see or something. What was that? One more time.
There are no global positioning satellites, nor like surveillance satellites. Mostly due to the fact that the planet has a ever-shifting face, so to speak, in the terms of the dunes are never the same day by day. But also, the magnetosphere of the planet makes it very difficult for travel to and from the planet easily.
So, with our ship in orbit, we wouldn't have sensor readings of this desert, would we?
No. What you have learned, so free information given to it by the fact that you guys have basically the Journal of the Planetologist. One of the reasons why he is here is he's studying the magnetic poles of this planet, which are incredibly odd and ever shifting.
Yeah, I was like specifically, if just so you're catching my drift, I'm looking for like wind patterns, something like that. Would that be available?
That is not available to you. As
Damn it,
it's
okay.
almost impossible to actually get accurate
Tried.
sensor readings. I know. However,
okay.
You guys do have access to a number of information that you did before you left Tombspeak. What is something that you know exists in the waste?
Sandworms.
Bandits.
There you go.
If this could have been, since they took his bike and stuff like that, they didn't take the Arbite's bike. We initially saw that, correct? So since a lot more stuff was stolen than was for the Arbite, we might be able to say this wasn't targeted because he was close to anything, especially since we can find anything in his data that might want to make him a target to whoever we're chasing. It could have just been bandits on the mesa, just killing him and taking anything of value. Or anything they thought was of value.
Possibly. Or it could have been targeted, it just didn't get enough time to actually finish the job since you guys were so close. Don't know. That is information you guys do not have access to, because that's just not something you know.
The other things that you mentioned is that if you could have lined up a shot somewhere on top of the mesa.
Yep.
Here's my thing about that.
We also
It's a freshly everything is fresh, and apparently climbing to any sort of height in the mesa will take you a while. I wouldn't say to go straight to the top and took a whole day, but it will take a while, like hours at least, to get a good angle to shoot downwards. Then then another few hours maybe to climb back down. To at that point we would have probably noticed something.
not if you have the assistance of a psyker.
Or a grav chute, jump pack.
Yep.
I guess. I still think there's supposed you would see something of a grav chute or a jump pack.
I mean, we also know that there's a powerful psychic presence that is pestering us.
That is true. Out of character, I can see why you kill a planetologist who's studying the... What do you call it again? You're studying the sky.
Yeah, the planetary wasteland mechanics boy. He was an outsider, and this voice that has been pestering us clearly does not like us for the fact that we are outsiders.
No, Achilles used a word twice. Something to do with the ship sensors or something like that. I completely forgot the word.
The magnetic.
Right, the magnet. Right, yeah. You said you're studying that, and apparently that what he's studying is also disrupting sensors or something like that. You said.
Yeah.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that what you said?
No, it is what I said.
Oh. Yeah. So you kill the guy studying the one thing that would give the Imperium at least decent surveillance of what goes on. Maybe something, but that's out of character. Guns is nothing. And
I mean, out of character, yeah. He would have absolutely. This is exactly why I think this guy was killed, because he was researching the one thing that would give the Imperium a good advantage.
Yeah. And it sounds like a very good a very important advantage, because again, you're surveying the entire planet, and we all know there's gang activity on this island, like criminal activity. We all know there's the wacky spiker stuff. This guy solved most of those problems, because again, surveillance. Where did this guy come from, actually?
Well, he was here before us.
When?
He could have arrived, I don't know, a few months, year before us. We don't know. Well, how far back does his journal log go? Like, when does it say he's arrived on planet kind of thing?
You look and you see. Commissar Moore, you can read High Gothic. It goes back roughly 3 months. Sorry, no, 4 months. I'm sorry.
When's the newest entry?
4 months, and we've all been here. Well, the longest we've been here is a month and a half.
Roughly 12 hours ago.
A month? No, I mean on the planet.
You guys have been there for roughly about a month. Yeah, you guys have been on planet for roughly about a month. His last entry was roughly about 12 hours ago.
He was here before us, and he's only recently gotten bit in the dust.
This means we need to have sentries when we sleep.
What does the last entry say?
To sum it up, basically, it tells about his latest discovery of the nature of what's called the sand dragon, a lizard that I explained earlier that acts kind of like a sand lion for ants, except the sand dragon does that on a much, 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 much larger scale. Like, think for tanks and people.
There is something we're missing.
Reptile.
Like, I can see the pieces, but we're missing something.
Well, this individual has clearly upset the wrong people, because otherwise, why else would he have met such an unfortunate fate? This doesn't describe anything of the local wildlife activity, so this was...
Have you read anything that isn't just the animals?
Moore has asked that question a couple of times, and I guess according to the data slate and everybody else, no, nothing would have achieved this effect. It would have been some kind of...
What's the question? I'm sorry. I might have not just heard you.
Moore asked, like, if there was any
anything
local
else
creatures that
recommended
could
animals?
have produced some kind of similar effect. But
No, what I was asking was, are there any entries other than what has to do with the last one? Which that question goes to more, because he has the thing to actually read. Does it have any other entries?
Yeah, you have all of his entries for the past 4 months.
Yep.
We've went through all of it?
No, you have not. Oh my god. It would take you guys at least a couple days to go through all of it, even if you're
Oh
fast
god,
reading.
he's one of those academics.
Could
The worst kind.
Well, yeah,
The
this
ones who
guy,
know to take notes.
he's a scientist. He is making a survey of this planet, focusing particularly on the magnetic fields that make magnetic fields and poles that the planet has in relation to flora and fauna, and noticing a trend of the two.
Okay. No, I thought you've kept this journal like a journal that and not just this nerd stuff.
Nerd stuff.
It's nerd stuff. I don't know. There's something we're missing. Like I can see the pieces, but there's something we just have not found, or you have not looked for, or you have not asked for.
Well, regardless, we've got some beneficial information. We do now know the means of upgrading our own bikes, be able to have them operate during the day, which would give us more travel time.
You just don't have the means of doing so.
Not even Maximus there.
We don't
No,
have a
you
factory.
you physically do not have the equipment to do so.
Ah, dang it.
We don't have a janitor
Again.
or the last one we had before the janitor.
Again, Mechanicus.
Oh, fair.
High-ranking and Mechanicus.
Well, Keith, you mess around with vehicles, don't you?
I would not worry.
Oh, Keith is right there. Okay. Oh,
How long would it take me to what is effectively scan this gentleman's journal into the Nexus?
Like
Even if it takes a while,
would,
just
it
roughly.
would require a cogitator specifically, which you do not possess one. There's
Gotcha.
no portable cogitator to do that.
That is something I would like to do in the near future.
That is fine. Once you get back to
on
the
the ship.
once you
Yeah.
get back to the ship or get access to an actual, it'll be particularly the ship because that's where your Nexus is housed at.
Yeah.
Well, at any rate, I don't think we're going to get any further with this mystery. We have all the information. It's not like the dead guy is going to really go anywhere. He's all over Gum's feet, so he might get a little distance. But we do have some new materials and supplies that can further our journey. We have all the information that we're going to probably get out of this site. We've got the guy's journal, for crying out loud. We should probably just break for camp and then continue on, and we could, in our free time, kind of peruse and try and solve this mystery. It is a random encounter. This is out of character, by the way.
Dude, it's like right fucking there. I can feel it. Like we're looking right at it and completely missing it.
We've also had some pretty bad rolls.
They have had some atrocious rolls today.
A string of them.
What did we try and do?
Everything, dang near.
Awareness, perception, scrutiny, 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 scrutiny. Logic, intelligence.
Oof.
Yeah.
None of that present.
It's been
a rough night.
Yeah.
We've given it a good go.
I had a rough day, guys. Like, I'm fucking right there with you.
Commissar,
Yes?
I believe you've misplaced your charge.
What? No, she's right there.
No one there.
According to my screen, Elena's right back next to him.
Putting down her backpack, rolling up the sleeping bag, taking off the duster.
I mean, Moore doesn't have to be
the
glued to her
rope.
hip. He can watch her walk off, grab her sleeping kit, and come back. Crying out loud. She has to have some...
Nope.
Small... Alright, fine.
Enjoy your job.
You're no longer allowed to leave without me, according to the party. If you want your sleeping kit, you gotta ask permission, I guess.
I mean, y'all fucking slept in the same room, so I mean, it looks like, you know.
With all due respect,
This was
I'm
not
going
in
to
character.
sleep. I'm going to sleep. Do you want to row back Reclusiarch?
Joe, she took your sweatshirt.
You gave it to her. Here, I'll take it back.
Still a better love story than Twilight.
Wrapping the dress around me, creeping down in getting into the sleeping bag, putting the duster over the sleeping bag, looking at the rest, say good night or good morning.
Studio.
Oh, by the throne. Everyone, unpack your sleeping gear. We're staying here the night anyway. Or the day. Correction.
Boss.
Make sure to have some defenses up. We'll maybe do a rotating shift. Guys, excellent.
Achilles, I'm going to go back a week in this guy's journal, and I'd like to read from there forward to today.
Okay.
During markout time.
Okay. Do you want to do it right now while you're while the party is asleep, or do you want to get sleep yourself, or like when would you?
What would something like that? What would something like that take in time frame roughly?
Depends on how long you want to take it.
And how in depth you want to read.
Well,
also, I don't remember. Do you have High Gothic as a?
Fuck. Let me look. Yes, I do.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, high and low.
Nice. Good job.
By the way, Kilda was mentioning that we might be able to stay, like in the morning, we don't have to move out immediately if you guys want to keep investigating. If you want to solve it.
So yeah, I'll sleep and then I'll do that. I'll wake up a little early and then do that.
Okay. Who is keeping watch for the night? I'm guessing the Space Marine is, because the Space Marine does not require rest. He can literally go another 4 weeks, no, 10 weeks before he even has to, because
That was
Space
bad,
Marines
but
are
I
broken.
had Keith
Katie would
ask for a shift.
Katie would also take a shift.
Okay.
I was also gonna see if I can, during the night, while it's nothing else to do, I was going to see if I can investigate the cliff to see if I could find the spot where they might have lined up the shot, like how the angles work, and see if there's any evidence of someone doing something from there.
How would you like to scale the cliff to do that?
I mean, I can just climb up, but if I ever fall, I can use my jetpack to kind of come back up.
Okay.
I just want to use it sparingly.
Yeah, I understand. Roll me an athletics check with whatever bonuses Space Marines have.
I don't get any bonuses. I just have a natural toughness, so that's what a degrees of success.
Do you have a natural strength?
Yeah. Sorry, natural strength, so yeah, the degrees of success. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I said toughness instead.
Okay. So Space Marines, I mean, this wouldn't be a hard climb for you anyway. It just takes you a while as you're like basically trying to investigate while you're simultaneously climbing. Eventually you get somewhere to the top. And you notice well, let me see. Roll me an awareness with your unnatural. Oh, with your heightened senses. Alrighty. My screen's is not updating as fast as the other one. Interesting. Okay. It takes you a few hours, but this is inconsequential for you. As you are kind of looking around, you kind of draw upon your time as a scout marine, or what's it called? It's fine. I'll look back in the ancient Greek for their word for neophyte. Basically our Legion's version of neophytes.
Gotcha.
The early days of Space Marines, when you would actually be physically using ranged weaponry, and you draw upon that experience, and you kind of notice there's a small divot in the cliffside. It looks as though where somebody has purposely kind of carved out a section of the cliff to almost be like a sniper perch, but purposely angle it downward so that they actually can get a good angle down to where the kill shot could be. And you look and you actually see some carbon scoring in that local location, similar to what you have seen at the actual kill spot. You're not too well experienced at different weaponry in the Imperium, but this does look as though probably a starting point. It would appear as though somebody was up here and could have been up here for a significant amount of time, just based upon how long it would have taken them to actually create this scenario. Whether it is a very highly trained assassin or somebody who is highly motivated, you don't really know. But this would have been the actual sniper perch. Let's call it that for the time being.
This kind of matches the whole. When we initially found the kill spot, we found a mark where the person was killed and a mark from the person who was firing. Is this kind of match similar?
No. It's not in the same way of where like it was a where like a psyker, initiated their spell, so to speak.
Mm.
This seems to be more like high-powered rifles, like incredibly high-powered long-range rifles in the real world, right? IRL, create an area of evidence, whether it's a shell casing or whether it is gunpowder residue, right?
Yeah.
A weapon that would have created this would have done the same thing, except it would have scored the area where it fired, just because of the sheer amount of heat and discharge that comes off of the rifle that would have created something like this. you have basically found that firing position. Somebody, unlike the previous assassination spot, which seemed to be kind of
someone they knew face first.
Face first is very very instantaneous, right?
Right.
This looks as though is something that's planned. Very pre.
They were here longer than the tech priest would have been here.
Correct. They were planning this for at least days in advance, right? This could have been something that had been set up for months and months and months, and they're just waiting for the opportune moment for somebody to come by. But based upon your history of killing, which is extensive, something like this was premeditated.
Now my question is there more along the cliff face? Because if they knew that he was going to stop here, then they would just have the one. But if it's more of like, if they didn't know, they might have had a couple placed along the points. But this looks like it's been carved out a lot long before, and it's pointed specifically at the camp.
I don't want to make you roll a logic check because you're going to fail, and I want you to try to succeed on this. But I do need to know how much you could figure out. So give me a ballistic check, which you should have better on.
My ballistic skill and intelligence are the same.
No, but your logic is not. Wait, do you have a check in logic?
It is at base.
You just have one check in logic, or there's no?
Yeah,
check?
it's at trained. It won't be a -20.
Okay.
Why don't Tiger look to anybody else and ask them if they see anything? Or would that work out for him?
Because
We're all asleep.
He would have to take one of you guys and carry you up there, or it would take hours for you to do what he is doing right now.
Oh, okay.
Could I use the helmet to take pictures of the area for later to see them? They just won't be able to investigate themselves.
It would give them a negative. Well, excuse me. It would. You can physically do this, yes.
All right.
You can physically do this. However, for the question that you're asking, you would have the best chance at it. I'm going to give you +20 for your logic check. Okay.
I need it.
Yeah. Well, this is better for you. 3 degrees
I
of
understand
success.
that.
Yeah, 3 degrees of success for you is much better than 0.2.
I appreciate it.
0.5.
Yes.
So, here's what you can tell. From this vantage point, a well-trained sniper could easily control roughly a 1.5 square kilometer area very well.
Right. I wasn't aware of how much of the cliff they could look at.
Yeah. It's a weird position, but it's essentially you could see it's very much so that this is kind of like a
like sitting down at their position, I would be able to cover a lot of area.
Yeah, laying down.
I mean, I probably couldn't fit, but I could imagine.
Yeah, laying down. It's like almost they cut a large cut into the cliff face in a way, and disguised it as though a natural runoff, right? And then from this position, a sniper could easily control almost like a 1.5 square kilometer area from that vantage point.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that's what you find, and you take pictures.
All right. And one more, can I track if the person who made this came from the bottom or the top? If they climbed up or they climbed down and were already on the mesa before they went to the spot and carved it up and did all their premeditation.
Check.
All right. And based on perception, correct?
Based on perception.
All right. Any bonuses for Iden or anything else?
I'll give you a +10. It's not easy, but it's also not difficult.
I'm gonna fate just because
All right. What you can tell is either the person probably used some sort of grab chute to get down, because you don't see any particular like scoring or anything that could be like using tools, or this person literally teleported down. That you don't really know. There's enough wind, and you can also tell that up here the wind is pretty brutal. If it were not for you in power armor and and the fact that you're a space marine, this wind up here is actually kind of bad. It sweeps the top of this cliffside pretty drastically. You chalk it up by the fact that Elena and Commissar Moore probably only spent a couple of seconds up here and looked around to find any clues that they could, and then just verified an idea that they didn't really get a chance to see anything up here. But now that you're up here, you kind of notice that it's pretty steady. Like, up here, the wind could easily just, cover up tracks without any fail.
Gotcha. Did it look like there's anything in the sniper thing to kind of attach something to secure himself in there? Or did it look like he just nestled himself and put on survival suit or something to survive the cold and just waited?
Based upon your scrutiny, if he did, you don't really know. That's the problem. If he had a survival suit, then he covered. He probably nestled himself pretty nicely in there.
Is there any evidence of something being like up in there, like if he put a tent over himself and used nails to secure it to the thing, some like chips inside the stone in that little spot?
You probably do notice that there are some chips. Like he probably spiked himself in there, or his suit had climbing spikes attached to it. You can see that there are some scoring of where, like, he probably, shifted his weight to his knees or to his feet in order to get a better vantage. Yeah.
And one last question, and I think it'll be good. These climbing spikes, did it look like he went from the top of the mesa to get to his sniper spot, or the bottom before he had done the deed as he was creating it?
I didn't see any of the scoring on the mesa as you went up. But the cliff face is vast. He could have literally made his way up at any point.
Fair. All right. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I can't think of anything else.
Alrighty. You make your way back down, which takes you a few hours, which is inconsequential for you. Gadiel and Keith, you guys then woke up, right? Or you woke up at different points, or are you guys taking shifts?
I figured it would be a similar shift situation, but
are you taking your shifts? Are you taking your shifts together? Like, are you guys doing a battle buddy team, or is one of you waking up and then waking up the other? Because keep in mind that
me and my
because you're
battle
tigers.
buddy are going to be.
Okay, all right, that's what you're planning.
Figured that was the case.
Okay, then roll me a 1d2, Keith.
Coming up.
Okay, you are taking the later shift. So Gadiel,
Okay.
while you're on your shift, you see Recluse York Tiger basically climb up this cliff face. He makes it look so easy compared to all of you, and yet even he had a little bit of trouble as he got closer to the top. But you don't really see that because it's almost 9 kilometers up. A few hours later, you hear as he's climbing back down, until he gets close enough to where he can just jump off and lands into the dust. You figure about this point, it's a good chance for you to probably wake up Keith and get some sleep yourself.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did I see anything while I was on watch?
Not that you
Or hear
notice.
anything?
No, you do not hear anything. Other than the climbing of Recluse Yard Tiger. As you go earlier into the day, you wake up Keith, and we'll do this roll. Keith, as you're kind of making your rounds, you see a rather large spider. And by rather more large, I mean it's about the size of your hand. Crawl across.
Okay.
Crawls across one of the sleeping bags of one of your party member, or excuse me, your squad members. It doesn't stop on it or anything. You just happen to notice it. I rolled a 2.
Okay. As long as it doesn't try making its way up to the squad mate and bite, I think we're okay.
No. Think camel spider for any of you guys that have experienced this lovely creature in life. You do see as it kind of makes its way towards Recluse Yard Tiger. Tiger, you notice a rather large spider, roughly the size of 3 of your fingers, start making its way towards you.
Weird flex, but okay.
Oh, they're 3 fingers? I'm just trying to put it in perception.
No, the spider.
Oh.
Like 3 of your fingers. That's a big ass spider.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just
very
look
big.
down at it. Look back to make sure nothing's happening. Look back at it. Look at it for a bit. What's it doing?
It looks like it's just seeking any sort of shade or something. It's hard to tell.
Companionship.
Yeah, it just wants to be your friend.
Does it sit in my shadow?
Yeah, it does.
That's so cute.
Not when you see them face to face.
This is fine. I have a friend now.
Okay. Yeah, it just sits there.
I will keep him safe. I will name him Kyle.
I rolled a 2 on the off time, guys. This is your encounter. It's a fucking spider.
Thank
I'm okay with
goodness.
it. Sometimes a quiet day is a nice change.
Why would you say that out loud?
Maybe before it's venomous.
I'd let him sit on my pink robe.
You see that it kind of like touches the pink robe, as spiders typically do to sense out danger or what something is. And then once it notices that that part of the shade has moved, it moves onto
User
the pink robe,
disconnected
which is
from your
where
channel.
the shade is.
Amazing.
Plus Killjoy.
Spider friend was your last word. Powerful.
I hate spiders, and this just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Wait till you see a camel spider. Go ahead and
This is a
Google that.
No,
This is a camel
I
spider.
don't need to.
Well, this is this planet's version of a camel spider, essentially.
I mean, Google it. I don't want to know.
It's also a
Wake up.
prominence of a camel spider?
Hey, wake up. User was moved to your channel.
You only need to poke me once. I am streaming.
How many?
I thought it mutes pokes. That's why I did it twice.
No. It
Like
doesn't.
how Discord has streamer mode. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Why would
unfortunately,
it
TeamSpeak
use
doesn't.
folks of all things?
That would be a nice thing, though.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I did not know.
You are fine. But yeah, so until you guys wake up, there is a large spider on a pink robe that happens to be very close to Elena. I don't know how Elena feels about spiders, but it's pretty close to where Elena is sleeping, because a Recluse Yard Tiger is standing not too far away to where the Sliker's sleeping.
Referencing the tech priest thing, is this dangerous at all? I don't know camel spiders. I don't know if it's toxic or anything.
It's just spooky.
So, it's not deadly to humans, but the bite can be quite painful, as it essentially causes necrosis in a localized area. To which then it kind of what is it? It physically what its venom does is it actually liquefies the target inside out, and the spider basically sucks up the liquefied matter.
So it hurts, but you'll be fine.
With that kind of dart gun, so I can weaponize that.
Humans are large enough to where it'll be quite painful, and would cause irreparable scarring on the person. And if it stays too long, the person could lose small appendages like fingers and toes, or hands if it gets too bad. But it's not deadly.
Yeah, this is fun. It'll stay here, but as soon as it's here.
Scary to look at.
It's also like quite frightening, and while it's not actively aggressive towards humans, if it feels threatened, it will attack. And it can leap.
It's terrible.
You did not say that last part.
I hate.
Well, it's
hate
a hunting
spiders.
spider.
It's
It
one of those.
is a hunting spider. Yeah.
One of those spiders that if you stare at it, it will stare back at you. You take one step closer to it, it will take two closer to you.
You just hear the spider. Oi! You fucking looking at?
It will square off with you.
This motherfucker right here.
Motherfucker, what you looking at?
You ugly ass bitch.
So yeah, if it feels threatened, it will attack, but it's not actively aggressive. It's just a natural hunter.
One in Discord.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I'm not. I looked and I wanted you to remove that fucking quickly.
Isn't that a smaller one? They can get quite big.
Yeah, it's a smaller
Be
one.
respectful to people's arachnophobia. Come on.
They can get almost like you can hold them like by their front legs and have their back legs touched to the ground, and you can be holding them up like waist high, I think.
They can get quite large, yeah.
Yeah.
This
So
one
that's
is
Noble House. How about we go to the Noble House, please? Thank you very much.
This one's a baby.
Listen here, I need to go. I need some sleep after this, and I don't think I'm going to be able to. So fuck you all.
You're welcome.
They also like find.
This is the most dangerous encounter because it hurts us in real life.
So you all of you guys begin to wake up as nighttime takes over. And you see the we'll call it for what it is, basically a camel spider, begin to kind of stalk around the campsite. Not close to any of the people, Tiger, but as you basically watch your new friend, you see as it finds a small marsupial-like creature that's about half its size. And the marsupial creature then kind of just goes dead still. And you see the spider kind of like move slowly and then leap. And you see as the marsupial creature tries to bite it off. But it's too late because as it basically sinks its fangs into the basically the rodent, you see the rodent go paralyze.
And Gums wakes his cheetah.
Good hunt, my friend. Good hunt.
Gums grabs his gun. Hey, why is that thing that looks almost as big as me roaming around? Who's keeping the watch? Why is it so close?
Leave it. Just leave it alone.
It's gonna eat Gums.
I wanted to eat gums.
I will shoot it. If
You see as the marsupial begins to get shriveled up and desiccated before the spider leaves it alone.
I'm just gonna say
It's
I will.
fully dead.
Like that.
see.
I will throw a grenade at that so fucking fast if it decides to come at Gums.
Friend.
The commissar
If it
looks
kills
at
them,
the
it's not-
group of guardsmen all just gawking at this spider eating this poor marsupial.
woke up and I woke
No,
up too.
Tedio's packing up his shit.
I mean, he's gonna
Elena,
leave some
no.
water out for the spider.
How close is this thing?
It's closer to Frank than
In
it is
meters.
Gums.
Oh, cool.
It's closer
Come,
to Frank. It's closer to Frank, and then it kind of starts approaching the little basin of water that Emmy laid out.
Well, all of you are watching the spider. I have a another idea about how the planetologist might have died.
You spend whole day thinking about that, Reverend.
I was sleeping, and then it kind of came to me in a dream. Sort of like, what if the planetologist was looking at his fuel, and then someone shot the fuel, and then it exploded, which would be the explosion mark, and then he caught himself on fire and died there.
Okay,
That's why we can't find the fuel.
But
We'd still see fragments of the cans.
Yes.
And the bike. If
And
it,
I feel like it'll be more disturbing, like disturbance in the sand.
Plus, an explosion would probably throw the body instead of
it also
Decimating.
going all over the place because that's the normal reaction beyond on fire. I think you need to go back to sleep.
I think we all should pack up for the night's journey.
Yes, please.
as you
Okay,
said,
start packing.
Spider
Gun
is
gets
now
his
drinking,
minions back for him.
drinking
Sound
water.
like guns.
as the group begins to back up, I did during the night manage to find the position that the killer seems to have murdered the explorator from.
Oh, very well done, Lord Clusiak.
Where?
I-
Not gonna look wrong.
I point to where I saw him climb up and say he climbed all the way up there.
Dom's gonna look where the older sergeant points and he kind of squints. Oh, wait, up there? How did he get up and how did he get down? Not the reclusiarch, the shooter.
I climbed.
Not the reclusiarch, the shooter.
Shooter. He climbed. It seems he had some sort of climbing equipment with him. And he seems to have been put himself in that spot quite a while ago.
So we had to later burn the cactus for nothing?
It sounds like it could have just been a possible raider spot. This might be a fairly well-traveled area.
It could have been a raider, but the rifle he used seems to be high-powered, and it seems to be very premeditated. Or at the very least, if it was a raider, they seem to have been doing this a lot, if this has been already.
I mean, I guess it's a good spot, as good as any, but if it's one place, you'd probably be here for like one person. Not like nothing much passes through here. You also be have to be counting on him stopping around this place in particular. If he didn't stop here specifically, then you probably would have had to readjust and re-measure. I think is the word I'm looking for. Not measure, but you'd have to make some adjustments if he just wasn't in this specific area. If he didn't just stop here, at least.
If he had stopped in anywhere around a kilometer, I guess a kilometer and a half or a kilometer, did you say?
1.5 kilometers.
1.5, yeah. If he had stopped anywhere between 1.5 kilometers of this area, the sniper would have still had a similar shot on him.
I mean, that depends on how good of a shot he is.
He seems to have been capable enough because he had time to line it up.
Evidently, Lord Clusiak, we should probably make note of that. We should check out any of the noble house's weaponry. If they happen to have access to such a weapon that could possibly pull this off, that might be a good indication of who killed this particular individual, and might be assisting the overall problems we're facing on this planet.
Keith checks the rifle they acquired from the tent.
You got a rifle?
Yeah, I found this and a pistol in there.
A rifle?
Earlier.
I went AFK twice. Sue me.
Right, sorry.
You're fine.
What kind of rifle you got there?
It's a flamethrower similar to yours.
What? What's that?
It's
a
a
slug.
slug kind of like your rifle.
Is it an upgrade?
Did they got any ammo?
It's more of like a hunting rifle.
They got any specialized ammo? I should ask them what.
No special ammo.
Oh, that sucks. I don't care about it.
Fired before. If it might have been used to do the shot and then left here.
It would definitely not create this shot.
I don't think it would create a blast mark if it's a slug rifle, Keith. I
Let's
would
see
know.
what amputator shells can do.
It would not create this
I
blast
shot
mark.
him with amputator shells,
I
Keith.
think so, but still, figured I'd check.
I've shot people with amputators. No, sure, you would ruin the bone and you can tear off limbs, but it doesn't cause a big mess like that. There's no slug ammo that causes a mess like this.
At any rate.
Okay, let's get going now.
Is it time to get up, Commissar?
Yes, Elena, it is time to rise.
You need
Oh.
to wake up.
Make sure you eat something before we depart.
Yes, Commissar.
Very well.
I'm not cooking for you.
Roll me your awareness check, because you're the only one that wasn't really paying attention to it, because you were waking up, and it passed by you before you woke up. Meanwhile, they're both
Why
successes.
did I get 2?
I don't know. But about 2 meters away from you, behind Frank, is a rather large, but seemingly happy-looking spider, if spiders can look happy, drinking from a water basin, with a happy Emmy watching it.
Well, one of the creatures of the desert, the wasteland.
Can I eat it?
Don't get bitten of it.
I didn't hear that answer. Can I eat it or not?
No.
Not recommended. Also, Emmy, which is
Technically, you can eat it.
But okay, let me ask a better question. Are there any recipes in Wasteland that involves this?
We're not going to eat the spider.
Emmy looks up at Gums with a really angry face. That's the mention of eating.
We
her
have
friend.
more than enough rations to survive us till the next noble house.
Yeah, but what if I want to try something new?
Then you can try it some other time.
Yes, I'm sure the noble house will have a fine spread of food that you can try. Since we'll be
Like
arriving as their
last time.
guests, I'm almost certain they'll have some kind of welcoming ceremony and banquet for us. Bedazzle us, as it were.
If nothing spoiled by the time we reach there.
Gums, I'll level
Been
with
traveling
you.
for so long.
If you can eat it on this planet, I can almost certainly say that they will be prepared and served to you.
Every single
Nobles like
last
to
time,
show off.
everyone had a hangover because of it.
Well, Elena gets up, shakes the dress, shakes the sleeping bag, rolls it up, picks up the duster, shakes it, and puts it on.
Elena is ready for travel.
It's all while they've been talking, Keats and his guy have been packing up as well.
Well, and Keith and his comrades are ready for travel as well. I
Don't get
imagine
his triple comrade to pack up.
Gums pulls out his whip, and his comrades begin packing up as well.
Get the comrades to work. Work, long legs, work. You better pack everything.
The
Hey,
commissar
Gums.
would then turn and look at Gums. Excuse me. You can assist your comrades. You are not of any significant rank to be ordering them around.
In fact, little ratling, it is an order that you help your comrades.
You're already done.
How quick are they?
They must be very quick.
It's
That
three
witness
of them.
here.
Oh, do it! They're done.
Three of them.
Well, then they will not set up the tent anymore.
Tiger looks over at Maximilius. Maximilius is done with setting up his for travel.
I mean, that's Maximilian. He's like a fucking
Tiger,
prodigy.
Best rings
Tiger
don't
lifts
count.
one leg, shakes his leg. He is ready for travel.
I guess since Moore never actually deployed his tent, he's just gonna light up
Yeah.
a smoke after dusting himself off, and he's good to go.
Moore's ready for travel. We'll say that the rest of the party is ready for travel. Though,
Yes, please.
there is something to be said about the spider. Is anybody going to try to capture the spider? I have
Emmy
to
will
ask
try
this.
to capture the
Oh
spider.
God!
And
Okay.
his new friend.
He has to be protected.
Worst case scenario, we can always just deploy Spider, get away.
Yeah.
What
Secret,
spider?
that's the secret to defeating the big bad is the spider.
This was it. If we missed it,
Look, okay.
Do we have any type of like clear jar I could poke holes in and like canister?
We have a trunk that the planetologist had.
There's a trunk that the planetologist has.
A trunk?
Yep.
That's like way too big for it.
no, it's
You want
plenty of
him to have
space to move
space?
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
More
Put some
practical.
sandy rocks at the bottom. You could put the dead rodent in there for food.
Just
Put
be
the
careful.
water basin in there.
Dangerous.
You gotta be careful though if you open the lid if he's in there because he might be on the lid
Might be on the
underside.
lid. That's dangerous. I need to be able to look through it so I can always see my friend, you know?
If you put gums in there, and he can warn you if the spider's in the lid or not.
That's actually true, yeah.
I will kill it. It is me.
We arrive at the noble house, Gums is just a shriveled skeleton. The
I will
spider's
kill it
mostly
Before
bigger.
it eats me.
The spider grew. The spider's actually using Gums's skin as a body as a flesh.
Oh, that's
bag.
horrible.
I will clear that so fucking fast.
It's Weekend at Bernie's with Gums.
I'm going. I will kill that spider. I don't care who stands in my way.
Trying to make the mouth move and everything.
The mouth
Okay,
moves. You see spider
Can we
limbs.
please continue before I get more nightmares, okay?
You do not get sleep tonight.
So there's not really
I don't think I will.
pocket spider versus skull.
Yeah.
So pocket Satan, pocket
Fantastic
spider.
Valkyrie.
Name him.
So you don't really have like a clear jar or anything. It's also a little bit larger than any jar that you would actually possess. It would be very uncomfortable for it, basically.
Yeah. Emmy's gonna put it in a pot.
What?
Who
You heard me.
you have?
Okay, where do you? Okay, well, yeah, I did.
Yeah,
mention that there's
yeah,
some
you
pots
did
and
say.
pans. Okay.
Oh,
Emmy's gonna put it in a big pot
Okay.
and put some holes in it, using the tip of her sword, just so like it makes sure it has air, and then like any little bit of rodent that was left over from his dinner.
I will say that you managed to do this while everybody else is packing up.
Yes.
And you now have Pot Spider.
Yes. His name is gonna be Winifred.
Please nobody forget about Winifred because he might cook to death in said pot.
I am gonna go ahead and just make a GM note for this. I immediately regret this.
You gave us the spider. We're taking the spider.
Big boss at the end.
He's gonna be Winifred, the spider. I'm
Now we
gonna
have-
put it in my inventory.
Look, okay, you did the only thing that a GM should never do: introduce any sort of animal, because then the players will immediately think that animal is important
I'm
for
adding
whatever
I
him.
reason.
introduced you guys to 3 sandworms, and you didn't befriend those.
I
I wanted
tried.
to try and
kill
befriend
us.
one of the dogs, but
And dogs.
That
I felt so bad for those dogs.
Alright, I did. too.
Killjoy now
Yeah.
has a little spider.
In my inventory, I named him Winifred the Spider, and in parentheses, Pot Spider.
if it
Hey.
survives long enough, would it get it its own token?
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna put like a little water mace.
It survived long enough to turn into the size of a small dog.
I might actually be able to help with the token thing because the token crate I use recently got an update. With a lot of weird looking creatures.
I am not making this a combat fucking token. No.
Hey, you would have been so good at it.
Like Baron. He has a friend.
No, guys.
Go, girl.
Can we continue, please? I don't want to be stuck on that spider anymore.
Okay, guys, come on. We got
So you guys basically, Killjoy or Emmy basically sets the spider up in a small terrarium
Tiny
temporarily.
house.
No, it's a small terrarium that's small even for terrariums. The spider's not too super happy about being in a very confined space, but starts nibbling at some of the or starts like trying to drink some of the pieces of rodent that you have left over. And you guys make your way off, and we're going to go ahead and switch over to the world map. All right. North, south, east, west.
I think that's south.
Okay, south and
Flame was south.
Whichever way that
South until we
somebody
hit.
found a way inside, so let's head that way.
South until we hit the edge of the mesa where we can go around, essentially.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that. Because... I'll give you the information.
Hey!
Yeah, that works.
And we just kind of go around.
Only 10 feet. We can make that pretty fast.
Oh, yeah, Convert feet to kilometers.
Man, it's only 120 feet across. I could run that.
You can jump that.
Oh boy, that's a big, small planet.
What do we need these bikes for?
Guys, actually, this is the planet from Rick and Morty.
Oh.
Rick and Morty.
We eat an entire species of pig for breakfast and now extinct.
You guys managed to get to the other side of the Mesa range before daybreak starts happening, essentially. At 8:45, we're going to go ahead and give me 1d20.
Yeah, why not? Alright, we'll go with Keith, because he beat me. That's way better roll.
Might not be a good thing.
Oh,
Yeah, it could be a bad thing.
It's not a. There's not a spectrum for that. So
Just
this
who
is
rolled
your
first goes
travel.
first.
This is your travel. And I need to pull up this table here. Okay. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Somebody roll me a 1d10.
Keith, because you rolled the other one, do it.
Yeah.
Alright, come on.
You're better at rolling than me.
You sure about that?
8.
There's two of you that rolled
That's-
at 8. Oh.
Still technically high. I don't like that O.
The
Actually,
8s have spoken.
Well. Elena,
Campaign's over.
Yes.
roll me a... Well, actually, this can go either really, really bad for you guys or really, really good. So we're about to find out. Roll me a willpower check, please.
Just regular.
Why does that say Keith on it?
That's why.
Because Keith rolled it?
I thought it was for everyone. My mistake.
No, I said Elena.
Missed that. Sorry.
Okay. Well, Elena, you succeed, and I believe you have unnaturals to that, don't you? You do. Holy fuck, you do. Okay. Elena, you hear a scream in your head. And for a moment, its piercing screech seems to almost break your psyche before you're able to muster your own incredibly significant willpower and force it out to bring back the silence that you're very much used to. You do know of what this is, though I will say that for the moment, the sheer force of will and exertion does cause you to go unconscious for roughly 3 hours.
Holy.
Luckily, you
That
guys
was good.
Yeah, roughly you got. Thankfully, you guys do manage to finish your nighttime travel just before the break of day. Before Elena collapses, essentially. And I do
Am I
believe,
sitting behind Steve or Frank?
that is, I guess, Frank's question.
Yes.
Question for Frank.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you're sitting behind one of them. I don't know which one though.
Do you have a preference, or should I flip a coin?
Do as you wish.
It's Frank.
Well, I mean, even with the clothes you have, you can feel nails go into your arms before they kind of release and you realize Elena's dropped off the bike.
Oh! That's gonna hurt.
Commissar is very angry.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this.
Have us roll a dodge to not hit her, please.
Oh my
This would be for
god.
dodge. You guys do travel in a formation that somebody falling off would not necessarily. Yeah. Let's see. Height is. This is gonna hurt.
What?
Boom.
You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage, Elena, and minus whatever your toughness is.
Please tell me that's not lethal.
She only hit her head a little bit too hard.
A little bit.
Too hard. Don't worry, just a minor concussion and maybe some amnesia.
Don't worry, just minor concussion.
That's lethal for me.
It's only a flesh wound.
For those of you who are new to Fantasy Flight, 0 wound points does not mean death. 0 wound points means that you can no longer take damage without suffering critical. Critical damage is what kills you. If you either reach, I believe what it is, 5 or either 10 or 5 fatigue. I gotta look it up because it's been a while since anybody's actually hit that. If you reach 10 or 5 fatigue, you're dead. And if you reach enough
Fatigue?
yes, it's a mechanic for critical damage. And if you reach a significant amount of critical damage, usually around 10 or so, or something that would cause bleeding of a significant degree to a point where you would actually suffer fatigue and die, or you suffer more than 10 critical damage, you are usually dead. But the mechanic of Fantasy Flight and the 40k RPG games, critical damage and things like that are very bad for you, but it does not always mean death if somebody can heal you.
It's lenient.
Yeah, most of the time, I think
I
negative
kill
9
yourself,
needs
I can't find the toughness.
Your toughness bonus is your 10th digit in toughness.
Yeah, it's one of the characteristics.
Yep.
Oh, there, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, Elena, that's not deadly for you. It's just very painful.
Nope, not deadly.
Yeah, you're just greatly in pain.
Look you up too.
Ouchies.
No, she's still unconscious.
Still sleep it off.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, she is still very much unconscious. But I'm guessing that you guys are going to break for the night.
After
Yes.
that,
Can Emmy attempt to somewhat help patch up?
Sure. Roll
What's
me
your
a
Medicaid skill like?
Medicaid check, please.
Emmy been working on her Medicaid.
Okay.
For 2 campaigns.
Shut up.
Can I roll to help?
Sure.
It helped
Roll me
a
Medicaid
little
check.
bit.
Also, since we got at least one first aid kit, we should be able to add a plus 20 to that, right? If nothing else, I know we got like 7 soldiers worth of meds, so
Yep.
don't know how you want to translate that.
Can I roll to tell them to do a good job?
You know what? Sure. Why the fuck not?
Would that give us
bard.
any
I
would that
believe it's
oh
a plus 10.
Plus
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
alright. Well, I don't know what that gets me then, so but there you go.
That's plus
No,
10
he's
as
got
well.
2. And
Roll
Keith,
Andrew.
roll yours, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay, so I believe that is a total of 5. Yeah. Okay. Elena, you managed to be healed 5 more wound points. You're still
take it.
you're still greatly in pain, and you're unconscious for the next 3 hours. But I believe that is the good point for us to stop. Unless anybody has any last minute things they wish to do as you guys are making emergency camp just before the break of day.
I got nothing.
Other than the fact that the commissar is now going to be guarding the psyker with a lot of intent of to live, otherwise he'll be greatly disturbed.
I'm not getting blamed. Oh, god damn it.
This time when we set up and came in, we're fucking putting up the bikes as walls. Every shit. People are gonna use sandbags.
Full defense.
Entrenching. Something happened.
Godsman?
We are fortifying this position.
As soon as the bike stops and Gadiel finds out this is where we set up camp, he is already like preparing mortar pits, a dugout shelter, and everything. He is not wasting any time. And his
I would like
his comrades are working double as he is.
Can we see the matches from where we are?
Get your bayonets ready.
There's nothing. Seems to be nothing blocking it.
Everyone needs to set up defenses. I want this place secured from any possible threat whatsoever. I will not have, or I will not stand for any more incidences of this nature.
Incident.
What I said.
And that is where we are going to pick up from next week. We'll find
Next
out
time
exactly
Yay.
what is going to happen, and we're going to find out what actually that was. But we'll do that next week. Thank you, everyone. Those of you of the Orbita Crusade unit, we'll see you guys on Saturday for Leroux's welcome back op, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I'm gonna kill you all.
You can try.
Thank you all, everyone. We'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
Like,
That's true.
Good night, stream.